Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly, still awaiting the arrival of some of our invited guests and staff that is making their way down from Belmopan. Just please be patient and we'll be with you in about 3 minutes. A pleasant good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, those of us joining us on our live Facebook and YouTube, climate warriors. I'm Indira Craig, and it's my honor to welcome you to the second half of today's milestone celebration. So before we begin, just a few quick rules to guide the flow of this important discussion, and I just want to have you know that we still have our people coming in, so we will get the show started as we have more of our people come and join us. The rules that we're going to be opening with, we ask all panelists and our moderator to kindly be seated on stage at least 5 minutes prior to the start of the session. Now, once the panel is formally opened and we start, we'll be moving through pretty tightly because, of course, we're crunched for time, so we'll be going fast. We have a 40-minute window that's strictly timed, and it's broken down as follows. It will move quickly. 30 minutes will be dedicated to the panel discussion. 6 minutes is reserved for a focused audience question and answer, and our final 4 minutes, that will be for the moderator closing takeaway and thoughts. The 10 minutes that we have remaining will have a notice cue. It'll be visibly displayed once we hit that 20-minute mark, just to indicate that we're about to be wrapping up, okay? We want to welcome also our Facebook and YouTube viewers from the Caribbean and beyond. If you want to join us in the conversation and just the energy of today, please find us on Caribbean Community and Climate Change Center. So we do have hard stop times. While we know the insights will be rich, we respectfully ask all participants to please be mindful of the flow, keep contributions focused, and let's be respectful of the schedule so everyone gets a chance to shine. With our ground rules established, I want to say that this portion of our program brings us into the heart of dialogue and strategy. We have today 3 dynamic panel conversations featuring some of the region's most brilliant, tested, and deeply invested climate leaders. These sessions are where we will be peeling back the layers, asking the right questions, and holding space for bold solutions. So I'll be your guide, along with Diane Wade Moore, as we move through each panel, introducing our moderators, managing the time, of course, gently but firmly. Along with our timekeepers, we have Chantal Landberg and Mr. Keith Nichols. We're going to be making sure that we get the gold, guys, without the drag, okay? So lean in, stay sharp, and please engage fully as I introduce our first moderator to the stage to do the heavy lifting. So to lead us in our first panel, we are in the seasoned hands of Mr. Cletus Springer, an architect of Caribbean sustainable development for over 30 years, from serving as Director of Sustainable Development for 14 years at the OAS to holding leadership roles across St. Lucia's public service. Mr. Springer has been both strategist and statesman in the region development journey. He's been shaping policy and practice at both the national and hemispheric level. So today he continues to shape the region's future as chair of the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute and the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, while also serving as Japan's honorary consul in St. Lucia. He also is a respected voice in the cultural sphere as an award-winning writer, musician, and broadcaster. A man of vision, voice, and versatility, please welcome the distinguished Mr. Cletus Springer as he joins and leads this conversation coming into being, the journey of the 5 C's establishment as a CARICOM institution. With that, the floor is yours, so let the conversation begin. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this first panel. I heard things being said about me there that had me a little concerned. A man of vision. I don't remember the others actually. Perhaps a good thing. I want to invite you to join me on stage, and it's an honor for me to do this because I have deep and abiding respect for these gentlemen. I want to first invite to join me on stage Dr. Ken Leslie. Dr. Ken Leslie came to the center, came to the climate change endeavor at a very critical time. And I dare say, had he not joined us at the time he did, we would not be here today. So as he joins us, I want to invite you to put your hands together and welcome Dr. Ken Leslie as he joins us on stage. See what I meant when I said I'm a man of vision? I have the wrong vision. So, Ambassador Byron Blake. And all that I said about Ken Leslie applies to Ambassador Blake. Ambassador Byron Blake was the architect-in-chief of the construction of the 5 Cs. And I owe him a lot in terms of my own personal development, because it was on his initiative that I was able to join the Caribbean Task Force on Sustainable Development. I now want to Dr. Ulrich Tross will be joining us via video link, and we are happy to have you with us, Neville, albeit virtually. We wish that you were here with us in person, but thank you for joining us this afternoon. Ambassador Carlos Fuller, he is the former chief meteorologist of the National Meteorological Service of Belize and a member of the CARICOM Task Force on Sustainable Development. So I'm advised that we have a truncated time for this session because this room has to be used for the events that will follow later this evening. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me on this stage. And I will go straight into the questions that I want to pose to you. I'd first start with Dr. Trotz. Neville, are you hearing us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, so, and you sound in good fiddle. Can you share with us, Neville, how did the CPAC project, the Caribbean Planning for Adaptation to Climate Change project, impact the establishment of the 5 Cs, in your opinion?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Fellow
afternoon.
panelists, sorry I'm not there with you, but I'm there fully in spirit. CPAC, Caribbean Planning for Adaptation to Climate Change, was the first climate change project in the region. It arose basically out of the recommendation of the SIDS environmental meeting in Barbados when they promulgated the Barbados Program of Action, and they identified climate change as an issue of high priority for small island developing states to address under the environmental umbrella. CARICOM then engaged the services of the OAS, the Sustainable Development Unit, to work with the region to develop a proposal, a project proposal for funding by the Global Environmental Facility, which was the financial mechanism for the convention and was managed by the World Bank. The region, we had consultations led by CARICOM, the CARICOM Secretariat, the University of the West Indies Center for Environment and Development, and had regional consultations. They developed a project with funds obtained by the OAS to help to put the project together. The project was approved, and we started implementation in 1997. It was supposed to be a 4-year project, 1997 to 2001. And the project had as its objective to enable CARICOM countries to prepare for the adverse effects of global climate change, particularly sea level rise, through vulnerability assessments, adaptation planning, and related capacity building initiatives. Now, all these things were new language to our ears because we were in the bottom rung of the ladder as far as understanding what this threat that we had to face really meant for the Caribbean. I had the privilege of being appointed as the project manager for the what we call the Regional Project Implementation Unit. We had 3 tiers of for responsibility. The top tier was the World Bank, which was the implementing agency. Then the OAS Sustainable Development Unit, they were the executing agency. And we in the RPIU, which was staffed by regional technical personnel, were responsible for rolling out the project in the Caribbean. We started, and to get the project going in countries with the 12 CARICOM countries, we had to establish a mechanism basically for delivery. And this mechanism included identifying national focal points for the project. Governments were asked to nominate focal points and to set up in each country national implementing coordinating units, which were multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral units, and they were responsible for the implementation of activities locally in the different countries. Now, this method of delivery turned out to be very effective because apart from basically getting everyone on board with the issue, we were able to build a network of technical personnel throughout the Caribbean who started to become aware of the climate change issue, to understand it, start to understand the challenge, what was required, and basically for us to have a coordinated approach to implementation. Now, as we started our work, we realized that CPAC alone would not give us the answers that we required. And very early on, we identified the need for a follow-up project to CPAC. We started discussions in our group in the region, and eventually with the World Bank, we had a very understanding sort of management team for the World Bank, headed by Walter Vergara, who was in full support of the direction that we were anticipating. And from the OAS Secretariat, we had Jan Vermeeren, who also agreed with our view that CPAC has to be followed up with another project. And the whole idea was that at the end of CPAC, there would be a follow-up project. But more so, we felt that we needed a more permanent institutional arrangement that would basically address the coordination of regional activities. We felt that the mechanism that we had in place was sufficient and that it should be maintained.
Okay.
And
Dr. Trott,
as yeah.
uh,
So just let me wrap up this.
sure.
That is how the whole idea of a regional center arose. I
Thank
stop
you.
there for now.
Well, that's a very detailed history, and I'm hoping that all of us here, those of us who were not aware of that history, would now become familiar with it. I want to go now to Mr. Byron Blake, who was at the time the Assistant Secretary General at the CARICOM Secretariat. Mr. Blake, my question, Commander Blake, Commander Blake, Commander Blake, my question to you is this. You were integrally involved in drafting the eventual agreement that established the 5 Cs. What were some of the key events? If you can identify, in the interest of time, 2 key events, for example, that had to be addressed as you move the process forward.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I heard your question, but you made a comment when you introduced me, and I cannot resist saying that you associated me with Ken Leslie. And I want to say that that is the greatest honor I've had in my long, long career. Secondly, since I might not be allowed to speak in Belize again, we had an event this morning where we broke ground for the establishment of a center, a real physical center now. And I want to say that that's the Leslie Center for Sustainable Development in the Caribbean. Having said that, your question, which was really on the sort of administrative side of getting this arrangement off. So having agreed, certainly among ourselves in the Caribbean with the task force, and we convinced the governments that we needed a permanent sort of center to carry the work. We then had to do the create a legal structure, a legal arrangement, which was coordinated by the CARICOM Secretariat, but essentially done by one Duke Pollard, who was then the General Counsel of the Secretariat. And if anybody, I don't think any of you here would know Duke, but Duke is a man, when he drafts an agreement, he's meticulous in his treaty drafting. So he drafted the treaty, and the treaty came out. So the treaty is all right. The second challenge we face, though, if you're putting an organization together, it has to be financed. And all the governments wanted the center. Happy to have the center. But as we negotiated, everybody, where is it going to be financed? When we got to the crunch meeting in Guyana at about 2 a.m. one morning, the minister from Jamaica said, Mr. Blake, no, Assistant Secretary Blake, did I hear you say that the center would be financed without calling on governments? I said, yes, Minister, the center will be financed without calling on governments. He said, could you say that again for the record? So I said it. No, I thought I had a jack up my sleeve. What I didn't realize is that somebody had cut off my sleeves. Because I had in mind that the fact that you're going to have these national studies done, that the country will be very happy to have the center to be the implementing agency for the national studies. And therefore, the center would get money. Lo and behold, national studies to be done. People went back to the old agencies, the UNDP, the OSN, to be the implementing agency. So we still had the question of finance, and we had a commitment. And here I want to mention that Ken and the no Prime Minister of Belize in Bahamas, and they somehow established contact with one Dr. Conuto and the Italian delegation. And I want to put on record here that but for Dr. Conuto, the Italians, we would not be having the kind of center we have now. They not only committed immediate, they committed for a number of years to work with the center and to finance it. And because of the effectiveness of Ken Leslie in using the small amount of resources he got more resources. So he was able to get that center going. So that was the financing part of it as we had it. The third element was to get the headquarters. Nobody wanted to pay money, but everybody wanted the headquarters. So at the task force itself, we had some considerations and we had some criteria. We wanted the center established in a place where it could be effective, would not be dominated by any one government. It would be a part of the strategic spreading of institutions in the region, what we call anti-polarization. So we at the back of our heads had in mind Belize. And we had a study done, technical study done by one, if I remember correctly, Cletus Springer of a place called St. Lucia. Came out recommending the center for Belize. But then the CPAC project was in Barbados. And Barbados had a strong interest in having the center there. Trinidad and Tobago had a strong interest in the center within Trinidad and Tobago, I think St. Vincent. And then toward the very end after, and we heard this morning about some negotiation between the Prime Minister well, technically, part of the delegation from Trinidad and Tobago did not press for Trinidad and Tobago, so it didn't become a political matter because one of the persons on that delegation, he was the key person saying it shouldn't be in a place that could dominate it. So it really came down, I said, Barbados final. And then finally, was a question from the OECS to say it should be in the OECS. So we had to deal with that. And here is where the Cletus Springer study really saved me and saved the center, because the argument was put that the OECS were not consulted and so forth, and this was at a heads of government meeting. So I had to draw on the fact that it was done by, recommended by one Cletus Springer of St. Lucia. So that killed it and settled it for Belize, quite apart from the fact that Belize had shown real interest in having the center and had committed to providing the kind of resources which would be necessary for the center. So on those three elements, that's how we had to get around that.
Thank you very much, Commander Blake. And the commander is a title that we all lovingly assign to Byron, because in the context of the task force, he was well and truly our commander. So the final question I have in this panel goes to you, Carlos, as a Belizean and a key player in the task force yourself. How did you interpret Belize's position as a potential? At the time, it wasn't a settled issue, but did you have a role in pushing that issue, and how did you prepare Belize to serve as the center, as the site for the center?
Thank you very much, Cletus. So indeed, the COTED, the Council on Trade and Economic Development, had agreed that there should be a center. It then went up to heads, and heads then mandated, yes, we shall establish a center. And I had left it as a member of the task force. I said, well, I have done my part. I have created what needs to be done, and bigger heads will prevail. Lo and behold, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called me one afternoon when I was still the chief researcher, David Gibson. And he says, Prime Minister Musa has just returned from the heads of a government meeting where they agreed on the establishment of a center. And Prime Minister Musa says it shall be in Belize. And we are now mandating you to draft the proposal that will be submitted to the CARICOM Secretariat to get the center into Belize. And his final words were, and the resources of the country are in your hands to get it here. So I pondered for an entire afternoon, the night, and I usually do my best sleeping when I'm dreaming. And so when I woke up the following morning, I said, well, there were several things that had already occurred. And Prime Minister Briseno mentioned it this morning, one of them, that Belize is the microcosm of everything that occurs in the Caribbean. You know, the coral reef, the fishing, coastal zone, the the forests that, like Guyana, Suriname, and so on. So I said, well, that is a key thing. I'll certainly put that in there. Secondly, Barbados really had an edge because the project was being implemented out of UAE. And I said, well, we now have a new University of Belize, which is developing. And I said, and we should put it in the University of Belize. That would be a part of it. And then finally, we were very good in, at that time, because in connectivity. Air Jamaica had begun a flight from Jamaica to Belize. So I said, and the Caribbean is connected now through a direct flight from Jamaica. So everything is being put together. And I said, of course, we'll ensure that any staff coming in from the Caribbean and their families will be fully integrated into Belize, because we were very strong advocates of the free movement of people within the Caribbean, are very strong supporters of that. So that is really the package I put together, submitted it to Foreign Affairs, to the Prime Minister, and he says, yes, let us go with it. We'll run with this. And this is what went to the Secretariat for them to make those decisions.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And Carlos says he does his best thinking while he's sleeping. I do my best dreaming while I'm sleeping. Just to put that contrast there. So, and it must be pointed out that the decision to have the center here, I think Leonard Nurse, Dr. Leonard Nurse, if he's here, will confirm that Belize has been an excellent laboratory for his students, whom he has brought here regularly to do work on coral reef monitoring and things of that sort. So that decision was a top draw decision by the heads of government. So we've heard from our three panelists, and I want to now offer the opportunity for those of you in the audience, if you have any questions that you want to pose of Commander Blake and Carlos and Neville, who is online, you may do so now. I think there's a microphone roaming. Any questions, any points of clarification? Yes, right here today. You can just identify yourself before you pose your question.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is John Shallery, and I'm from the University of the West Indies. Based on the comments that we've just heard from all three commentators right now, there is a temptation to believe that everything just went smoothly along. It was, here is a suggestion, let's make a proposal out of it, and lo and behold, boom, here is the 5 Cs here in Belize. Can you share with us some of the challenges which really came up as a result of those initial steps which are being made, and how come we are here today?
Commander Blake?
Yes, let me take that one. And you're very correct. There are people who, my friends who say that I don't understand and I don't know about childbearing and the pains associated with childbearing. Well, I tell you, this was a painful childbearing experience. And part of it, you know, the technical side of the work control were not difficult. But, you know, when you don't have your own money, so one of the big challenges we face in terms of now the location of the center in Belize. After the heads of government decided that the center shall be located in Belize, with the implementing team, or part of the implementing team, a subcommittee, we went to Washington to do the final agreement with the bank. Some person in the bank, on the administrative side, basically decided, A, that this center could not manage the CPAC project, which was supposed to bring the resources in. And secondly, it could not be in Belize. So the team which was there, I think it was a 4-man team, included, again, one Springer, one Leonard Nurse, and if my memory serves me right, one Carlos Fuller. So when the World Bank team, by the guy from the administration, senior man, insisting that it had to be these three fellows plus one decided and said, if that is what you're going to do, that was not what our government sent us here to do. So we are leaving this meeting. And the men walked out, went to the hotel. At which stage, the bank called back and asked us to come back. I went back. And the bank agreed to what it was. The truth was that the technical people in the bank had appreciated what we were doing and supported it. But the administrative people who had power, they were going against it. But when they realized that we were really serious, they bent. So that was one of the very, very difficult elements to it. And of course, getting resources was hard. But I wanted to focus on that point because it is still the case that the region is still largely managed from outside the region, and unless the region comes on, and in that case, we really demonstrated that, you know, if you really stand your ground, the rest of the earth will move. So that's what I want to make on this.
Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, could I add
Sure,
also
absolutely.
to what Byron just said? And also, in addition to that, even before that, when we were trying to convince governments that, we should create a center and that, you know, we needed this new center and we would find the resources to do it, it was occurring at a time when CARICOM was closing some centers. I think we have closed several CARDI places that have been closed, other places have been closed, and we were trying to create a new one. So we had to use that argument. Guess what? And it was visionary, yes. That we have funding that we know is going to start with climate financing, even though at that time it was only the JEF, only providing at that time $185,000 to do a national communication. But we said more is coming, and indeed now national communications we get $825,000 to do one. So indeed we were looking way ahead to what was coming.
Right, Neville, you want to contribute to that discussion, that phase of the discussion? Neville?
Hello, yeah, I was on mute. We had hoped that the follow-up project to CPAC, which was the MAC project from the World Bank, would have followed immediately after the closing of CPAC in 2001. As a matter of fact, that didn't happen. And as a result, we were in the danger of just closing CPAC with nothing to follow. Luckily, we got in contact with Canadians, and we got a second project, the Adaptation to Climate Change in the Caribbean project funded by CEDA. That provided the bridging finance between the closure of CPAC eventually and the start of MAC in 2004. MAC didn't start until 3 years after it was supposed to start. So without that bridge, we couldn't move forward. The other thing that happened, the significant change that occurred, was that in the Canadian project, we moved the executive function that the OAS performed for CPAC to CARICOM Secretariat. And why that is done is because as the executing agency for these projects, like the UNDP, UNIDO, they all are paid administrative fees for administering these projects. So eventually, once it was transferred to CARICOM Secretariat, the next move that the World Bank agreed to was that for the MAC project, the center, which was then established, will become the executing agency for the project. And that is one of the steady sources of income to the center. All of the projects that they implement, they're paid an administrative fee. I thought that it is important to recognize the contribution that that Canadian project provided for the establishment of the center. And the Canouan agreement for the establishment of the center, it was basically, that agreement came under the umbrella of the CEDAR project. And funds from the CEDAR project were also used to develop the legal framework, which our friend, the late Duke Pollard, Justice Pollard, so admirably drafted.
Right. Thank you very much, Neville. And we might want to identify the person who helped to facilitate that bridging project, the adaptation to climate change in the Caribbean. His name is George de Romilly.
Yep.
George de Romilly was the one who facilitated that. Baron, you're going to make a quick point? Yeah.
A quick point on it. As we said, the Canadian project was strategic and important in helping the transformation. But just as we're about to move, the Canadian technical people who are now on the team, they had no intention of coming to Belize. So that was going to pose a problem. But that was going to be one of the issues. And quite frankly, our Caribbean staff, they don't really want to come to Belize either, you know, because nobody really knew Belize. So we had those. So the Canadians, we had intended to go forward with Canadians, came up with an arrangement, an agreement, agreement. Just at that point in time, there was a resolution and a vote of no confidence, and the government lost, the Canadian government lost, and nothing else came of that project. So it served us well right to the point where it was going to become a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, after that project finished, we had a new project. Dr. Leslie and I were at Montreal for the COP conference. We went to Ottawa with CEDAR, and they agreed that all that was necessary was the signature for us to have a follow-up project to that one. And then the Canadian government was changed, lost a vote of confidence. The Harper government came into power, and they, of course, said no support for anything called climate change. And that was the end of that.
Right. And Byron, there was I would say there was a challenge that we were able to overcome in the very early stages of the formation of the center, and that was its leadership. And you were very instrumental in, I wouldn't say convincing, because from my recollection, there was not much convincing that was needed. But how did you get to know of a gentleman called Dr. Ken Leslie? How did that happen?
Actually, you know, this project has been God-driven and protected and organized. The arrangement for Belize was going to be that Juan Carlos Fuller, head of the meteorology office, would do the interim. His deputy, a bright young person who I actually had as part of a Caribbean oceanographic resources restoration project, the core project. He was the deputy, he was now playing for Carlos. The man up and dead, bomb, heart. Now he was a prodigy of one Ken Leslie, who was now at Allied Signals. So Ken Leslie came to Belize for the funeral. I can't remember why Byron Blake was in Belize. But a Sunday morning, Juan Carlos Fuller called me at the hotel, Radisson, and says, I would like you to talk to somebody who is here who might, you know, be interested, who might convince to do this thing. So I said, yes, Sunday morning, but Byron Blake is a 7-day Adventist, he works every day. So Dr. Ken Leslie came to the hotel. This short, like a short man, nondescript, really self-effacing. And we started to talk. And within 10 minutes of that discussion, I said, Chief, you are the man who has to come. I didn't say that because he was Dr. Leslie and his academic and he had all kinds of patents and so forth. I said it on two scores. One, his personality. His personality is such, has been and is and continues to be such, that he robs no one and he doesn't take any credit and he gives all of it to everybody else. So that, in this world, one of the difficulties you have with most people is that when they're going to someone, they are the person and they are the person. Ken struck me as being the very, very opposite of that. And secondly, he knew the Caribbean because the first part of his 5-time life was spent doing meteorology work and work in the Caribbean and so forth. So he knew the Caribbean. And he was really that kind of person whose personality was such that he would work with and everybody. Nobody would have any difficulty.
Right. Thanks, Byron. I have to cut you there, unfortunately. I just got the nod that our time is up. And when you get that signal, you know that you're decapitated. So I'll have to cut you here. But I want to invite you to join me in closing this session by warmly applauding the leadership of the CPAC project that helped to bring into birth the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center in the persons of Commander Blake, Carlos Fuller, and Dr. Trott. Can I ask you to join me in the applause? And I want to do one more thing, and that is to ask you to join me in conveying heartfelt appreciation to Mrs. Leslie, who surrendered her husband to the cause of moving this climate change agenda in the Caribbean. Ken Leslie clocked many, many miles and left his home many, many times. And we must recognize and applaud Mrs. Leslie's sacrifice. Thank you very much. And Byron has just reminded me that Allied Signals also deserves commendation because they too made Dr. Leslie available to us at no cost to the region. Thank you very much, and on to the next session.
And that concludes our first panel discussion. A big thank you for that powerful look back, Mr. Springer, and to our esteemed panelists for sharing the birth of the 5 Cs and just reminding us how far vision and regional unity can carry us. And well, as for Belize being the home of the 5 Cs, all I heard was a lot of synchronicity. They say paradise should always come with purpose, and we accept. But institutions aren't defined only by their beginnings, right? They're tested and proven by how they operate through complexity over time. Our next conversation now picks up that very thread, focusing on the years of implementation, innovation, and endurance. Moderating this discussion is one of the region's most respected voices in climate science, Professor Michael Taylor. He is the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology at UWI-Mona and the co-director of the Climate Studies Group, Mona, an engine of Caribbean-based climate research. Professor Taylor's work has shaped international understanding of climate impacts on small island states, and he has served as coordinating lead author for the IPCC Special Report on the 1.5 degree Celsius. He's also the recipient of multiple honors, including the ANSA Caribbean Laureate of Scientists and a fellowship from the World Academy of Science. Please welcome Professor Michael Taylor as he leads the panel 2 discussion with the subject being operationalization of the 5 C's, challenges, lessons, and success. Sure. The clock is ticking. Let the discussion begin.
Great. Let me thank you very much for inviting me to do this moderation of this panel. Consider it a great honor. And the reason why it's a great honor is because of the names I'm about to introduce. These are the icons of Caribbean climate. And you will understand why I say so, because the first person I'm going to invite to come on the stage is none other than the name that you kept hearing throughout the last panel, Dr. Kenrick Leslie, the first executive director of the 5 C's. Please give him the applause that he definitely deserves. I will ask you to give him again as he comes on the stage. Dr. Leslie, what an honor it is to sit on the stage with you again. But I'll soon get to you and I'll give you the opportunity to speak. The second person I'm going to invite on the stage to join him, you also heard his name. It sounded like he was in a band of persons who seem to be doing a lot of things, especially in the inception. Former chairman of the Board of Governors. I think he spent nearly 15 years as the chairman of the Board of Governors of 5 C's. He too deserves a round of applause. I invite Ms. Cheryl Dixon, former member of the Board of Governors of 5 C's, and who will very much associate with the Caribbean Development Bank, to come on the stage. And right behind her, I will invite a name you also have heard quite a lot about, Dr. Laura Canuto, former senior advisor for environment and sustainable development to the Italian Ministry for the Environment and the Protection of the Territory. So nice to have you with us. All right, so this is my esteemed panel. You could not get a better panel. I know that you have, thoughts in your minds already that you want to give us, but I'm going to say, we are talking about, now, we have heard about the inception. So having started the 5 C's, the question is, how do we operationalize it? How do we ensure that it gets to 20 years later? Let's start at the end. Looking back over 20 years, if I were to ask you a single word that you would use to describe the experience of moving from inception to 20 years later, what would be that word? One word. I see, Dr. Leslie, you look like you're about to tell me that one word. We'll come, don't worry, we'll get to the other parts of the question. But what would be that one word when you think of that over those 20 years? 2004 you started up to 2024, 2020. What would be that word?
That one word for me would be serving the Caribbean at a critical time. So it's more than one word.
Yes, I can understand. But service is the word that I think you are going after. Hold on to that. I'm coming to you. Dr. Nurse, one word that you would say.
The one word for me, Michael, would be challenging.
Challenging. All right. We're going to delve into those challenges in a little while. Ms. Cheryl, if I can call you. For you, what would be that one word?
My word would be scary.
Scary.
Yes.
All right. Coming from somebody who was representing the CDB at the time on the board. And Dr. Canuto, for you, what would be that one word? Could you use the mic?
Sorry. Working the impossible.
Working the impossible. All right. We are going to note that there are dashes between each of those words. So that's one word, working. Working dash, the dash, impossible. Fantastic. Dr. Leslie, let me come back to you. You came in as the first executive director. You talk about service. But as you began that kind of service, your service at the Five Seas, which in turn was service to the Caribbean, there must have been some tremendous challenges getting the operationalization of the Five Seas going. If you can tell me two of the things that you think were the biggest challenges as you tried to get this organization underway, what would they be?
Allow me, before I get into that, to first thank the organizers of this, what I consider a very memorable situation. And I feel very honored to have been invited to be a part of it. But to answer your question, when I accepted the challenge to help in the operationalization of the center, the biggest challenge I faced was, where is the funds going to come from?
The funding.
Yes, that was my major headache at the time. Where is the funds going to come from? And I will tell you why that was so important.
Please.
Because when I came to Belize and I went to the ministry, they gave me a sort of an overview of what the center should be like.
Okay.
And I saw a structure, and my colleague, Dr. Trotz, would tell you what I said to him. The structure had about 100+ staff members. And a budget, an annual budget of $5 million United States dollars.
Okay.
So I asked myself, what the hell they were smoking? So that was my initial.
That was your biggest challenge,
yes.
Trying to figure out how you were going to get this done. Was there a second challenge? I know funding was clearly a challenge, and I'm going to come to you to ask you how you have managed to overcome that challenge. But was there a second challenge?
Yes, the second challenge was the staffing. As Dr. Taylor, you would know, and I know my wife would say I like to refer to the physics department of UWI since I'm a graduate from there.
Oh, a great department. Nothing,
yes.
Not because there's any affiliation but a great department, yes.
I look and say, where am I going to get the technical staff that will allow us to meet our mandate? The technical staff. That was my second biggest challenge.
So Dr. Les, let me stay with you for a little bit. You identified two significant challenges. Both remain challenges for the Caribbean today, and you were talking about then. How then, over the 20 years, certainly of your leadership, did you manage to overcome those two challenges?
Well, the first one, the finance, I realized that I couldn't look internally to the countries because they had already made it very clear.
Right.
There will be no funding from member states. So my next idea was, since the developed world was a part of the problem we were trying to solve, maybe we should approach them.
Okay.
And present a case, a convincing case of why they should help us to put this center into operations that will help us to address the issues of the existential threat of climate change.
Excellent. So putting the case, the Caribbean's case, on the table was the mechanism to overcome that.
Yes.
Can I delve just a little bit? I'm coming to your other panelists, don't worry. But what about the technical capacity? Because that was a significant challenge.
Again, I looked around, and because of my, as Commander Blake said, my earlier experience in the Caribbean, I was aware that we have a lot of talents that in my mind were not properly utilized. But also because of my experience with Allied Signal, I knew that there were a number of international institutions, along with ours, that if we could get some strategic arrangement with them, we can tap into their expertise
Right.
and therefore allow me and the center to get our work done at minimum cost.
Beautiful. And you know, Dr. Leslie, I tell you, one of the things I always admire you for, as you tapped into those external expertise, you ensured that if they worked in the Caribbean, that expertise was transferred to the region, a critical thing in terms of making sure that the climate work is able to be done within the region. Dr. Nurse, at the time, you became the first chairman of the board. So here you have a Dr. Leslie, who is reaching out and has clearly a vision for what this is going to be, with minimum funds, of course, at the time, but clearly knowing you are the board chairman, how do you approach this, is it a challenge for you, or did you just say, lead the board in total agreement?
No, well, really,
You have to use the mic, we have to hear you,
No, it really was a challenge for the entire board.
Okay.
And I think the first thing that we recognized we had to do from the outset was to recognize and fully understand the board's role.
Okay. And what was that role?
We were not the technocrats of the center. We were not running the organization, but our role was a strategic and supportive one. And fortunately, that board comprised people with a range of experiences that we can draw on and tap into. And I'm very proud and honored to have been asked by CARICOM to have been chair. Now, I want to take up on that
Okay.
and go on a little bit to talk a bit more about Ken's reaching out to agencies and so on, because it is through that collaboration that the center and the board could align their vision and get some successes.
So alignment of vision was
Alignment
critical.
of vision was very important.
All right.
Because through collaboration, we were able to bring together a wide range of skill sets and other resources which we did not have ourselves.
Right.
And it also brought together a range of perspectives. Even though we were by and large scientists, you can see a problem from different perspectives and have different ways of conceptualizing a solution.
Okay.
That was important to us. So we were able to tap into some additional scientists, people like climate modelers like yourself, some atmospheric physicists, even though we had some in the region. That's important. So I would say that the most important thing for me was to get that collaboration going in very close coordination with the executive director. In fact, in those early days, I can tell you now that hardly a day passed that Ken Leslie did not pick up the phone and we were in contact.
So constant communication between the board and trusting in the vision of the director and making sure there was an alignment of that vision.
Precisely.
Before I go to Ms. Dixon, I want to say, you mentioned, though, bringing in expertise as a critical thing. And you call, I know it wasn't only science expertise, but you call modelers and that. How important do you think it was that the board and the director recognized that if we were going to make a case, as Dr. Leslie said, we had to have the evidence to present that case? And so was there a role of the center in building out the evidence of what climate change was doing in the region?
Absolutely, Michael. In fact, that resonates very strongly with me because I think one of the successes of the center over the period has been to equip our negotiators in the international arena and our planners and so on at home and other scientists with better, more relevant evidence for the arguments we were putting out in the international arena.
Right.
And I am one of those persons, as a scientist myself, you cannot make a case for me unless it is evidence-based. That was absolutely critical to us. And so that collaboration was paramount, and I think that we did that. And let me just add while I have the
very quickly to add.
Very quickly to add. Two of the areas that came out of that I think that have served the region extremely well was one, the establishment of close links with the University of the West Indies. That's why I was thrilled to see the relationship with the University of Belize this morning being played out.
Yes.
Through the establishment, the assistance with the program at CERMIS, the climate change masters and PhD programs,
Yes.
which I had the honor to coordinate,
Yes.
and also the development of the climate studies group at Mona that was the center of modeling for the region and from which the region still benefits.
Okay.
Those are significant for me.
Absolutely. I think, building capacity, giving the evidence to the policymakers, to the negotiators, one of this, the strategic successes of the center has led through the board in close collaboration with the director. Ms. Dixon, it must have been very strategic of the board to ensure that you were one of the first board members. Well, at the time, I think you were with the Caribbean Development Bank, and as we have heard, funding was a critical thing. But the question I want to ask you first is, why do you think the Caribbean Development Bank felt it was important to have a seat on the board?
Well, the seat was more or less given in the sense that in the design of the center, the arrangement included not only the Caribbean Development Bank, but representatives from the oil sector in the region. And so space, that vision was there, that financing would have to be a critical element of the center's operations.
And though the seat was given, the bank didn't come kicking and screaming and against their will. They clearly caught something and had a willingness to sit there to be a part of that initial board.
Not at all, because what happened is that we had just come out of the Barbados Program of Action, where the region had clearly articulated its development priorities out of Agenda 21 with climate change and disaster management as critical priorities for the region.
Yes.
Of course, as a regional institution, banking being the core, but if we're talking about sustainable development and growth of our countries and management of these our homes, then we would have to factor in environmental considerations. Now, of course, when I joined the bank in 1992,
you look so young.
Indeed. It was just beginning to appreciate that environmental considerations had to be an integral element of its own work program. So it was scary. I was the only member of staff there, but it was also very critical at that time to have these conversations going on so that there was a push from outside as well to ensure that one was bolstered by the demand, if you will, for these services from our own countries. So it was scary in the sense that you had the responsibility to get it going in terms of the bank's own work program, but it was also something that was very, very important to make the connections between what the countries had clearly articulated as priorities and the bank being their financial partner, having to understand this.
And over the 20 years, but one quick other question before I come to Dr. Canuto. So you're there trying to ensure that the country's priorities get served, and you're trying to do so by mobilizing some of the bank's finances. Easy, challenging? What do you think was the biggest challenge you faced?
Not easy, but challenging, yes. But we must appreciate that the bank also comes with its own strengths. It has had a long history of being in the banking sector. It has credibility and reputation out there.
Right.
And certainly these are assets that we used as leverage to say, yes, we believe that this is important for us, and these are the assets that we bring to the table.
To the table. So leveraging your own assets
Right,
once
in
this common
service
vision of
for the
service.
region.
Ah, wonderful. Dr. Canuto, we have heard your name mentioned so many times as a key person who, especially in the inception, we're past the inception stage, but Italy stayed with the 5Cs. What was it that you saw that made you have, well, the country saw, led by you, that made for this constant commitment and connection?
Originally, the first thing that I saw was a very personal thing. You know, when I met Dr. Leslie.
Oh, he's a very persuasive
I discovered that he was a scientist.
Yes.
I was a physicist.
Oh, wonderful. A physicist.
Right? Former nuclear physicist.
Oh.
So that was it.
These physics people are great people, you know. Not saying anything. Yes.
The conspiracy.
The conspiracy.
The center and the Italian government, the conspiracy started.
Ah.
Because I thought, as I was saying before, that he was of the same league I was. We physicists, the challenging and the difficult, we do it every day.
Absolutely.
The impossible.
We
are always working on it.
Yes.
And so that was the beginning. There was a meeting of mind. And our conspiracy was that we agreed. I saw that Dr. Leslie had the same dream that I had. And so my experience in working with the international organization was that his vision had the seed of what had to be done and of what was being successful. So then we decided that with his vision, he was going to sell the project to his constituency, and was going to sell it to
yours.
And then the selling started. And that was the beginning of something that was propagated in the years. I can talk about that if you want, why we did it.
Okay. Well, I see Dr. Leslie wants to make a point. I'm coming to you, Dr. Leslie. But let me just quickly follow up with you on something. Sure. Here is a center trying to establish that from within the Caribbean region, we can do things for ourselves and certainly put the evidence and change our circumstance. But yet, international partnerships clearly are necessary to do so. Do you, what is the role for international partnerships in centers like the 5Cs and across the world? What do they bring to the whole endeavor?
They can bring, if they want to do it.
Right.
They can bring 2 or 3 fundamental points. One is, especially in the climate change story, they don't talk about it, but there is some guilt that has to be utilized because the developed countries, the rich countries, are essentially, even if they didn't want to do that, but essentially responsible.
Right, and you can take out the essentially. They are
essentially responsible.
But yes, essentially responsible.
They are, okay? And that thing, I was always ready to make them understand that could be an incentive to work with the developing country. Okay. But they had, in particular, my country that been had experience working in certain field with the intent of doing what Dr. Leslie was saying that he was going to do, namely following the principle that the development, sustainable particularly, of any kind of activity, any kind of development in general, also climate change, it has its motor, its justification, and its continuity and its sustainability within the national context.
Okay, all right.
Period.
I'm going to hold on to that. Dr. Leslie, you wanted to say something, and then I'm going to throw out a question to everybody. Sorry, Dr.
Sorry if I talk too much.
No. We're grateful for what you have to say. Yes, Dr. Leslie.
I just wanted to make a compliment to Dr. Canuto. He turned out to be a great diplomat. Because when she arrived in Belize to see the center,
Yes.
there was no center.
Ah, so she came and she saw
And
the virtual
driving from
center.
the airport to Belmopan, I kept thinking, what the heck am I going to show her? And when she arrived, she looked around and she didn't even show a change in her features.
Oh boy.
She just sat down and then when we spoke, she said to me, what are your plans? Do you have a budget?
Mm-hmm.
So what I want to say here, that she was a great diplomat from the country of Italy.
Yes.
That she didn't show that what the heck are these people asking for and they have nothing. That is what I wanted to say on her behalf.
You have great diplomatic skills. We applaud them, including the ability to hold a straight face. Yeah.
May I make a footnote?
Yes,
to
please.
What Dr. Leze said. I thank you. For
Please
this
hold up the mic so
recognition.
that.
I thank you for this recognition of a capacity of mine. But remember, I was coming from having worked for 10 years in a country where we were supposed to do a tremendous, Italy was supposed to do a tremendous amount of things. And, but there was nothing because there were countries that were coming out of civil war.
Okay.
So what were we going to work with? You know, I couldn't ask anybody, what the hell do you want, would you like to do? And be nasty about it. Because with that experience,
so your own experience.
the answer was, in that experience was, we need everything.
Absolutely.
And that's it. And so we had to work with people that had nothing, wanted to live, wanted to eat every day, wanted to send to school their children,
right.
wanted to have a decent work. And I was not supposed to make a face. I was supposed to accept the reality, the national realities. And the national reality was telling me, work with them. They know what they want to do.
Right.
They only need me to help them reach that goal.
And so I think you speak to one of the things about international partners. And certainly from your perspective, one of the good things when the international partner comes into the region and recognizes what the region's priorities that they have set for themselves are and not try to impose their own. And so we pay tribute to you for that. I gather I'm running out of time, so I'm going to throw out one question to all of you. We are now, 2020, 16 years after the center. The center has been a success, but for you, what would be that one success or one thing that defines the center's success to you? I'm going to start in the middle and I'm going to end with Dr. Leslie. Anybody? Ms. Dixon, you look like you're ready, so you can pull the mic up. What is that thing that defines the success, for it has been successful?
I think for me, and certainly during the period that I worked in the bank, was the collaborative and trusting and transparent relationship we had with the center. Okay. We were not in competition. We were collaborating. We had a clear sense of what each institution would do, why we were doing it,
right.
and what the outcomes should be.
Yes.
And that is how we worked. And I should just take the opportunity to say that it has been one of my greatest working experiences to have worked with the center, with Dr. Leslie, and with many of the Board of Governors over that period.
Great. So a clear definition of roles and collaboration. Fantastic. Dr. Nurse, I see you're about to respond.
Yes, Michael. I have to agree completely with Cheryl, because I think one of the lasting things we were able to develop, and I think it has sort of infused a number of other agencies, is this whole question of genuine partnerships and collaboration.
partnership.
And the wonderful thing about it for us is that they have been sustained over the period of time.
Right.
They have not been fly-by-night and one-night stands, but we've had a number of solid partnerships.
So the evidence of success is sustainable partnerships that last.
And finally, the other thing that I think is important.
I said one, Dr. Nurse, but that's
but
fine.
This is this is an addendum to
We'll
the
take
same
your
one.
final.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
But the other point I just want to make is that it has been truly gratifying and satisfying to me. I chaired the board for 14 years.
Yes.
To see that evolution from working with partners, some of whom initially, it was not all rosy. Some of them were initially reluctant, let's be frank.
Yes.
And we had to virtually bring some along, Ken would tell you, drag them along screaming, but they came along. So it is extremely satisfying to see both governments, and I can't name any of them, but this is internationally and regionally, and other entities come along and see that we can partner successfully to the benefit of all.
So the collective buy-in of all of the governments and stakeholders into the vision. Dr. Canuto, very quickly, and then I want Dr. Leslie to. Okay. What defines a success for you?
The word that I would use to answer that is trust.
Trust.
Now, what do I mean by that? I mean from the donor's point of view,
Yes.
right? What the donor has to do and what we try to do. I mean, my donor and I, now I don't speak on behalf of anybody, only myself. But the idea was to nurture this project.
Yes.
To supervise this process, to see where it was, but not suffocating. Not asking a report every 3 months. If you start making a report every 3 months, you die. The project dies. You cannot do anything.
Right.
Once a year is okay. And then to follow it, to monitor it, but to listen, not to go to there, I want to do this. I mean, I'm talking about 20 years ago. So the way things were done in the internet at the time were slightly different, much different than how they were done now. So, you have to nurture it and support it and supervise it lightly, being trustful of what happens. And then there is another point that I want to make.
Okay, be very quick because I know my time is running out.
Oh,
yes. No, go ahead. Give us that point.
No, it's very important for a possible donor. Because it also comes from my experience in that field. That when you have a success story, when you see that there is a success story in your hand, that you have been helping creating an important success story, don't abandon it. Stay with it.
Wonderful.
Use it.
Yes.
Use it for other projects. Don't go around looking for an international organization to monitor, to implement, to execute. Nothing. Go with that institution, with you.
Yes.
Make it your full partner in continuing with the Sustainable Development Project.
Excellent. So the trust, the continuity, the giving the latitude to allow them to do it. And you touched on it, but I think you're also touching about the holding accountable as well, and then using the accountability as your model and your example. Excellent. Dr. Leslie.
Yes, I would like to start with that part of accountability. One of the things that I personally feel great about is that in the 16 years, we had a perfect record from auditing.
Excellent. And I think that is deserving of applause.
And secondly, the trust that our international partners, institutions, and donor agencies that they have put in the center. And I will give one example and close with that. Australia in 2010 gave to the center $5 million Australian dollars to strengthen the institution, to be allotted in 5 installments. At the end of the first year, they sent their people to assess the center. And then 2 weeks later, they sent the entire $4 million to the center.
Okay, wow.
And that, to me, is one of the greatest tributes that could have been put and played to the center. Thank you all.
Excellent. I think, have time just for one question. Is there a burning question from any member of our audience? Something you want to ask? Yes. Remember to identify yourself, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Henry Anderson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Development Finance Corporation of Belize. After hearing the rich history,
yes,
looking back, if there was one thing to do different, what would that have been?
Anybody wants to take that? One thing to do differently?
Can I start?
Okay, Dr. Leslie, you want to start? Okay.
I will start off by giving the positive side and then the negative.
Okay.
In 2010, the German Development Bank sent a representative to Belize, and one of our board members, Mr. Gregory Maguire, stopped with me at the airport because they were in transit. And they said to us, we would like to get a partner because we have a project, an €8 million project.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked if I can get a copy. We looked at it, and we got back to them and said, this project would make your country look good, but it will not serve our region. And we submitted an alternative proposal. And within 2 weeks, they came back and upped the amount from €8 million to 12. Unfortunately, during the implementation of that project, we were, at least I was not aware at the time, some serious differences between the project manager and the project manager in Frankfurt, Germany.
Okay.
And as a result, we had to fly to Frankfurt to try and straighten out that problem. But as a result, we lost a much bigger project that would have come to the center. So that is a lesson learned. Keep track. You don't have to be intrusive, but keep track to make sure you don't reach that point where you had to go and make corrective action.
Okay. Dr. Kanuta had said you wanted to?
Very simple. I would have asked my government to give more initial money, much more. I probably could have convinced them, but the moment was politically very difficult, so I didn't dare because I didn't want to kill the project.
Okay. Dr. Nurse.
Yes, I'll go even further back. And speaking purely from the experiences of our boards, if we had to do this over, I think, and this is something for Byron here and CARICOM, I would think about using more strategic mechanisms for getting countries to be, CARICOM states, to be more responsive or more quickly, because on many occasions, that brought us to the point where we virtually lost resources.
Right.
Because of lack of timeliness. It isn't because of recalcitrance, it was just simply that they didn't seem to understand the urgency. And I think that there are certain strategic mechanisms that you might want to consider in the future, which might give the center a little bit more autonomy to move forward rapidly.
All right, well, you're segueing into the next, but I don't know if we stick to new. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very good panel. We have moved from scary and challenging to what we realize, key ingredients for success: vision, being strategic, utilizing the evidence, partnership, collaboration. And it goes without speaking that we see the success that we have now today. And you heard about those successes. Please give my panelists a big round of applause. Thank you very much for being a part of the panel. And we're segueing into panel number 3.
Michael, can I ask one question?
well, I think
one quick question, and this is for Mark Bino. Is Australia bold out there?
Okay, you will have that conversation after. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
That brings us to the close of this segment. Thank you to our panelists and to you, Professor Taylor, for such a rich and inspiring discussion. What we just explored is the reality behind the resilience needed to build a dream, hard lessons, the quiet wins, and the steady hands of 5C's architects that collaborated to keep the center's mission alive through all the hard changes and challenges. Give us a next round of applause for our all-star panel and, of course, our very esteemed Dr. Leslie. But the story doesn't end there. It evolves, and it grows stronger through collaboration, vision, and the power of partnership. Our final panel now looks at how strategic alliances and innovative financing are shaping the next era of climate resilience for the region. Moderating this closing panel is a regional thought leader who stands at the intersection of economics, climate resilience, and strategic development, Dr. Mark Bino. He currently serves as Assistant Executive Director and Senior Resource Economist at the 5Cs. Dr. Bino holds advanced degrees in economics and resource management from the University of East Anglia and the University of Edinburgh, and he has sharpened his expertise through further studies at Harvard and St. George's. He's widely published, deeply respected, and very passionate about climate financing, risk management, and development resilience. So please welcome Dr. Mark Bino as he leads our panel 3 discussion, which topic is growth and resilience, the role of strategic partnerships in securing our climate future. We are officially in session. Doc, your 40 minutes begins now.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am moved to say at the very beginning that I am not a physicist. So I don't know if I'm a quasi-scientist, but in any event, we are trusting that this session will be able to pull together what the other panelists would have spoken about and provide us with a vision of where it is we see the Climate Change Center evolving into. For this afternoon session, we have, first of all, our distinguished Executive Director, Dr. Colin Young, of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. Secondly, we have Dr. the Honorable Shanta Monroe Knight, Senator, Minister, Prime Minister's Office of Barbados. Thirdly, we have Mr. Isaac Solomon, Vice President, Operations, the Caribbean Development Bank. And fourthly, we have Mr. Oliver Blake, FCDO Development Representative for Jamaica and Senior Government Advisor of the Caribbean. And last, but by no means least, we have the Honorable Karine Ann James, Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment, and Renewable Energy. She's not here. Okay. Karen James. So thanks again, everyone, and I trust that we could be just as informative as the last two panels were and be able to generate the kinds of discourses. But let's get straight into it. The 5Cs has come a long way since its humble beginnings, and it's a testimony to the resilience, not of the region, but of the center. I would ask the executive director if he can briefly outline the growth and evolution of the CCC and what challenges and accomplishments he sees as we go forward for the next 20 years, I would hope.
Thank you, Dr. Bino, and good afternoon, everyone. I think the last panel was an excellent segue into this because you heard the fact that over the first 15 years of the center, when Dr. Leslie retired, they would have left an institution that had an absolutely impeccable reputation. It had a strong performance track record, and it was internationally and nationally and regionally known. And so when I became the second executive director, we were able to then build on that solid foundation to continue the growth and evolution of the 5Cs. And so in 2020, within a couple of months of me being at the center, the world as we know it would change because of COVID-19. And all of a sudden, every single project that the 5Cs was implementing would have stopped. And once project stops, because we are self-financed, as you have heard, then there is no income coming into the center. And we had to, within a period of weeks, reorganize our architecture, our whole arrangements. We had to negotiate and renegotiate contracts with staff. And I'm very proud to say that we withstood the COVID-19 pandemic by keeping 100% of our staff after we got out of COVID. And I think that was remarkable because it demonstrated the value of our staff to the 5Cs. We also did a couple of strategic documents. We had the first strategic plan for the center articulated. We had a resource mobilization strategy. We also rebranded the 5Cs. In fact, you're seeing our new logo. And we embarked on a process of ensuring that our project implementation arrangements increased. And I'm very proud to say that in the last 5 years, we have built a solid track record of performance, much like the record of performance from the previous 15 years. In fact, Mark, very quickly, when I got to the center and the team, we had a portfolio of about $80 million that Dr. Leslie and the team had mobilized. Today, our portfolio is almost $160 million US, working in 12 countries, benefiting millions of people across the region. We have maintained the track record of unqualified audits. Dr. Leslie still, we just had the audit for last year, unqualified again, so we've now maintained 20 straight years of unqualified audits at the 5Cs. We've also enhanced our strategic partnerships. Our staff have grown significantly over time, and we have now forged the kind of relationships with new and non-traditional partners to continue the work of the center.
Fantastic. And as we know, it is not just about the numbers. It's about the effect that we are having in these countries. That, as the ED indicated, we have moved from about 5 countries to over 12 countries that we are now invested in. And they are looking to us to be able to build their resilience. But let me go to Minister Monroe Knight. I know the future of the 5Cs rests, in part, in remaining relevant to CARICOM, as well as for member states to support the CCC to enable it to deliver on its mandate. The question is, what advice would you give to your colleague ministers across the region about supporting the 5Cs?
Thank you for that question. I think that we have to be able to see the 5Cs as our first partner of choice in resilience building. It means then that the 5Cs has to become that partner that we bring to the table immediately as we begin to think about our national resilience plans. It means that if we want to ensure that 5Cs remains relevant for us, it means also that we need to put resources behind 5Cs. It means that we must put political support behind 5Cs as well as finance support behind 5Cs. And I think that this is extremely important. The moment that we are in and the challenge of the climate crisis that we face is not going to become easier. It's going to become more difficult. It means just that becomes more difficult, we then have to amplify the ways in which we respond. And that amplification means then that, again, we have to strengthen those institutions that are going to be critical to be bulwarks in terms of how we face those challenges. And I think that regionally, we have to then also make sure that we put credence behind the work that is being done by the 5Cs, to make sure that we speak to it, to make sure that we allow it to continue to be able to innovate, and importantly, as well, I think that we need to be able to continue to challenge it as well. Thank you.
Yes, and challenging is something that we know comes not only from us as policymakers, but even the people for whom we are working. They will look and they will ask questions and they will challenge our results. So it is important that we stay relevant. With regards to the CDB, Mr. Isaac, Mr. Solomon, the CDB was an early supporter of the CCC, as we have heard in the previous panels. I would ask, what will you do, or what can the CDB do to strengthen its existing partnership to deliver even greater value to our region and its people?
Thank you very much, Dr. Bino. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'll probably need to steal 30 seconds just to give a plug, first of all, to 5Cs for achieving this milestone. I want to congratulate you for that. And I also want to recognize the sweat equity put in by the folks we heard about in the previous two panels. It could not have been easy, but it was important and significant. So I really want to recognize that. And so much of the work that just to contextualize the question, much of the work that we heard and understand the 5Cs to do, we need to recognize that 5Cs does not exist in its own right. 5Cs, what they're doing is for improving and sustaining the human condition across CARICOM. So the audits are important, but yes, we live in the most vulnerable neighborhood in the world, and so the work, the visionary work that 5C started to do from the early days to now, it is very important. As we talk about the partnerships, I'm going to get to Valerie's script just now, what Valerie told me to say. So as we speak about partnership, again, context is important. We are now in a space where multilateralism is under threat, where the global policy changes are creating a lot of issues for us. And so it is important for us to understand who are our friends, and we need to get closer to them. And so it is in that context that I'm recognizing that CDB and 5Cs has had a very long relationship. And Cheryl, I want to thank you for the pioneering work you did at CDB to get us involved in the work of the 5Cs from a policy and strategic level. So we've been on the board from inception. We continue to be on the board. But more importantly, we have had a lot of collaboration in a number of areas. Some of that collaboration, practically all of it, we have to double down and do some things differently given the space in which we are operating now. So one of them is the deepening the coordination and collaboration for negotiations at COP. So we have been involved with the 5Cs in terms of shaping the positions that the negotiators take in the conference of parties. We've been very instrumental in that, and we have also assisted immensely in the financing the pavilion at all of these COPs. Now, the pavilion is not an exhibition booth. It is far more than what you might just imagine. It really is an essential space for showcasing the climate action taking place in our parts. It's a space for hosting meetings, for brokering partnerships to support both adaptation and mitigation, and that we will continue to do. While I'm saying that, and Colin, you may need to correct me here, in one of the COPs that I attended, I saw many of our borrowing member countries having their own pavilions. And in as much as we are hearing a lot of talk about fragmentation lately, and I don't know of any experience that I've had in my life where you could shrink to greatness. And so I think it is true that I think we have bought onto this thing that we're small but we tolerate. That is true. We punch above our weight. But we can't so ingrain that in our mind that we could always feel that because we are small and tolerate in every situation. And so I think the negotiation at the conference of parties must not only be we must not only be visible in strength, we have to show it, we have to demonstrate it. And so I think that is not the space for us to belittle and tolerate. So I'm making a plug for our continued assistance for the pavilion, but to ensure that we make a big showing and go with some significant strength in these situations. We have collaborated with 5Cs in data tools and development. We have supported the establishment of the Regional Clearinghouse Mechanism, which is now the largest repository for climate change information in the region, and we know where we are in terms of data and information, so I won't belabor that point, but that is a significant intervention. We have had joint programming. In many instances, we have developed joint projects for approval at both GCF and AF. I think there was one that was approved at GCF, but the one for AF, then even though it was fully developed, the country never sent it forward, but we continue to work. What we have to do differently here is that we need to relook the relationship and see how we could strengthen that relationship to ensure that we continue to operate at scale. Operating at scale in the region is not easy. A lot of times we talk about regional public goods and regional projects. And what we end up with is that we duplicate the same projects in different countries and say that these are regional projects. They are not. That space is largely untapped. And so I think this is an opportunity for us and 5Cs to relook our work programs to see how we could get better alignment so that we could get the scale that is required to move the needle in terms of climate action in our region. The capacity building for project and program implementation is another issue area that we have worked on with 5Cs, and we understand the implementation challenges across the region. I would have to restrain myself to be very, very brief on this one. But we are currently conducting a consultancy across the region to try to understand what this implementation deficit is all about. It is not about CDB, it is not about 5Cs. It is about the capacity in our different countries. And we heard about it earlier from, I think, Professor. He spoke about 5Cs losing resources because countries were slow to respond. And he cited that occurred because they may not have understood the phenomenon of climate change. But in our space today, the implementation deficit is different, is wider than that. It is about the capacities in countries, and that is why we have had to develop project preparation facilities to help to build that capacity, for us to develop climate action projects in our countries. So we will share the results of that implementation condition consultancy with 5Cs to see how jointly we can address some of the issues that are common to us so that at least we can help to improve the implementation capacity in our countries. And the last one is that we have collaborated clearly in sharing knowledge and learning. And then again, that is very critical and important, especially in the climate change area. We feel, and the disadvantaged, marginalized groups talk about it all the time, that we are doing things for them, about them, without them. And so we have to ramp up our citizen engagement, to involve youth, involve indigenous people, involve women, involve boys and girls, to ensure that we are all traveling on the same page, to build the awareness, one, in terms of the impact of climate change on our livelihood, and then to develop a program of joint action going forward. So those are just some of the things that I wanted to highlight that Valerie asked me to speak about.
Thank you very much. And I do understand that CDB has been one of our main contributors. Everything that you have mentioned there has been documented, and we can definitely fact check it if you want. But we know that it is accurate, as you have pointed out. With regards to the FCDO, all right? I'm now coming to the FCDO as one of our international partners. We have recognized that the changing geopolitics, the war in Europe, the war in the Middle East, the war in the Congo, they have resulted in traditional bilateral partners cutting aid and climate finance. My question to you would be, in your view, why must development partners, including FCDO, continue to invest in climate resilience, in small developing states? How can this be done? How can it be improved?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to take us back to start, if I may, to the Glasgow COP back in 2021. Because at that event, the British government announced two really important programs, which we were then tasked with implementing in the Caribbean. And I think these programs highlight, I think, why it matters so much for the work that we're doing. Because at that point, there was a recognition that the approach of climate financing, one project at a time, with each project taking a long time to be approved, was simply not the scale that was needed. What it also recognized was the challenge that others have highlighted on this panel, that small island developing states actually needed help in order to design, implement the projects, and indeed the program, everything that was needed. I think we've heard a lot about from our scientist colleagues today. I think you've done a brilliant job. But I, like Mark, I'm not going to apologize for not being a scientist, because I think what was recognized also at that time was the need for the work on responding to the climate emergency to be picked up at the heart of government. It is an issue of climate science, yes, but beyond that, the response requires leadership from ministries of finance. It needs work on planning and budgeting. It has to be at the heart of government. And I think this is where the program we know as CDAR or SIDAR comes in. And when we took on this work, through the Access for Climate Finance Task Force, to shift the approach away from projects, to get money down in country through a programmatic approach, and two, to start addressing the questions of capacity. That's when we looked for a partner in the region as to how best we should implement it. And this is where we came to Colin and 5Cs. We looked at a range of partners and options. And for a number of reasons, it was clear to us that 5Cs was the right partner to take on this work. I think one was clearly the mandate. Secondly, we've also heard about the financial management, very sound financial management with the kind of unqualified audits for many years. So that capacity, both financial and management capacity, that 5Cs has demonstrated. And those, of course, are necessary, but not sufficient. But I think what we've also heard over these now 3 panels is also about the vision and the technical quality of the staff that 5Cs has. And I think for me, that was really essential. And that was what we as the UK were able to buy into in terms of developing this partnership with 5Cs, recognizing that a step change was needed, things needed to be done differently. And we were able to work with 5Cs to understand in more depth from experience of your staff on the ground and your people on the ground what the issues really were, and to put in place some mechanisms and indeed to start working with 5Cs to start address those issues. So as a result of that, we've been able to work in partnership with 5Cs to post and recruit specialists to go in countries around the region to help with that capacity challenge and to design projects for financing and to start providing some of the technical and capacity support that countries need. Again, that's something which we've been very pleased to be able to support 5Cs to do and to see that work coming on, I think, so successfully, I think has shown that this is the right approach. The other work we do with 5Cs is then coming back to the first question. Accrediting an entity to receive funds is one thing, but it clearly has not been enough. What we're looking to do is really, I think, accrediting systems, because you need systems across government, right from the planning systems through to project development and design, so prioritization, through to implementation, in order to respond to the climate emergency and put in place the mechanisms to deliver that change. We've seen I think we've all heard the response on the science side of the impact of climate change and rising sea levels. That needs, as I said, a whole of government approach. And that is where, working in Jamaica as a pioneer country on the access to climate finance, we've been working with 5Cs and with the Jamaican government to try and put in place that system, which is again, has to be a systematic, programmatic response rather than a one project at the time response. And we've found 5Cs to be the partner that we've shared that sort of vision with. But as we get to this point, I'll come to your question, Mark, because I think from the from the UK point of view, yes, we've had to cut our funding. That has not been something that's been done. I guess it's been done with a heavy heart, recognizing the changing world that we live in. But it doesn't reflect any lack of commitment that we've had before in terms of supporting SIDS, supporting climate change, and supporting the Caribbean. So for all those reasons, we continue to do so. And I think what we see, despite the world changing around us, is that the need in the Caribbean is growing ever more. The need is pressing. Time is short. So if it means anything to us, to that relationship we have with the Caribbean, and it does mean a lot to the UK, then it is something that we must continue to do. And I'm saying the work that we've been doing over the last few years provide us with some hope that there is a way forward. So despite the cut in funding, we think it's really important that we continue with this work to build the sort of programmatic, systematic approaches, to build that capacity in the region, and recognizing that it's a long-term effort. And it does mean it needs that leadership, but it also needs the contribution of others. And this is where I think organizations such as CDB, OECS, other organizations across the region need to come together around this approach to support systems rather than, again, a lot of individual projects which can take away capacity. We need everybody working together on it. So like we're saying, the Caribbean matters to the UK. Climate emergency, obviously, is critical to the Caribbean. So from the British government perspective, we want to continue the work that we're doing, but to find more effective and efficient ways of doing so, as perhaps resources are not as high as they have been.
Thank you very much. I know the ED is listening very keenly, so you can expect a proposal very shortly. As Minister responsible for climate change, climate resilience and the environment in Grenada. I'm throwing this question to Carrie Ann James, Minister. What do you see as the key factors that the CCC should be pursuing for deeper relationship with member states? And how should this be rolled out?
Thank you so much for the question. Good afternoon again. Let me first start off by saying thanks to Belize and 5Cs for inviting Grenada to be a part of this momentous occasion. I think 20 years in business is no easy feat, and you guys have done so steadfast, and so you must be commended for that. For me, I think in terms of how we can support member states, it can be categorized into three sectors or three pillars. The first being customized technical assistance, and I've heard the panel before spoken about that, and Mr. Solomon briefly touched that in his presentation as well. Oftentimes, I believe that some of our organizations within that supports and enhance the work of member states don't necessarily take into consideration the context, the national, local context of the countries. And so sometimes you hear that we have a bad implementation rate, or the project is not successful as was inspired in the beginning. And so if we align the projects that we want to fit the local context, so giving that support for the national adaptation plans, we're going into another edition of the nationally determined contributions. For example, these projects or the technical assistance that would fall under projects under 5Cs have to ensure that it aligns with these documents. It makes no sense that we're already short-staffed and we don't have much personnel working on these documents. We exhaust ourselves in creating the documents, and they're not used to fit in what we want to accomplish in terms of building the climate resilience. So I think that's one of the first key main pillars that we have to take into consideration. The second being enhancing climate financing mechanisms. We've heard about, I think we are recurring decimal now, in terms of how vulnerable we are to what's happening within the geopolitical space. And so and the beloved Unami, I don't know if she's in the room, I can't see her. I'm short-sighted, so I see her in the back. You know, she often talks about how 5Cs, for example, has, been able to lobby for their finances even without having subventions from local government. And that's something that I think that you guys should be speaking about more. And so it begs the question now, given the whole thing that is happening internationally, that we definitely have to look at strategic partnerships and ways that we can diversify our climate financing that fits to our needs. Not necessarily them looking to us and telling us what they want to accomplish, but we having the local context and we taking on our own to diversify where we're getting our climate financing from. So definitely enhancing the climate financing mechanism is another key way we can support member states, not only Grenada. And finally, I would say capacity building initiatives tailored, again, to the local context. This could be achieved, for example, I see your colleagues from 5Cs there, and they would tell you how transformational and how successful the CCRL training, for example, the tool, has been in terms of ensuring that we have that local capacity in place to develop projects that are investable, that are bankable, and to help with the overall project development, not only for climate resilience, but in other ministries, key ministries such as health, such as education. We've had members from Ministry of Agriculture. So I think that we have to speak and boast more of what have been happening, what we have been able to implement and has worked. So I don't think that is anything new that I would propose, but just to say that the local context cannot be forgotten within the whole context. And we definitely have to ensure that we speak more of the things that have already worked for us. CCRL, for example, is that.
Thanks a lot. And I will now throw out a general question to everyone on the panel, because we are living in a changing world. We have seen the world evolving. We have noticed that there is more entities within the space seeking climate financing. There's the CDB, there is PAC, there is Development Bank of Jamaica, there is Antigua. You know, there are others that are coming into the space. We have also seen the growth of AI. I ask you in one sentence, what would you do or what would you propose the center should be doing to ensure that it can be relevant for the next 5, 10, or even 20 years?
Ensuring that we build and we implement climate resilient mechanisms in terms of our infrastructure and our projects, not in a contextual manner. Oftentimes we hear climate resilience as a buzz phrase or a buzz sentence. And really and truly, when you look at the projects, they don't have that. We're not harnessing AI enough to help us to ensure that we have these mechanisms that are robust. So, and I'm speaking from a lived experience, for example. Hurricane Beryl is going to be a year in a few days, and we've had a project in Carriacou that 5Cs did many years ago with one of our statutory bodies, NASA. I think it is the reverse osmosis something is a long project name, right? Right. And then we had the solar limnet project, what would have been the first utility scale solar PV project for the island, and they were alongside each other, right? One was designed to help with the water shortage in the country, the sister island, and it was designed to be transformational in the sense of using renewable energy as the driver towards that. I don't know, I haven't seen the document explicitly state that it was to build climate resilience or to withstand a hurricane or any other climatic or unprecedented event. Whereas with the Solar Limnet project, it was designed in conception, in context, in writing, big and bold printed, that it should be a climate resilient project that can withstand a Category 5 hurricane event. We experienced a Category 4, borderline in a Category 5, and that's of Hurricane Beryl. After the hurricane passed, the Limnet Solar PV project was almost entirely completely destroyed. But the 5Cs implemented project stood almost 95% intact post the disaster. And, you know, for me, I see that as an opportunity for us to learn that sometimes when you see the buzzwords come up, climate resilience, can withstand, it's not necessarily entirely so. So I would, as I mentioned, I wouldn't propose anything new. I think that 5Cs have understood the assignment. I think now we have an opportunity to use in technology to enhance that and to be much more purposeful in terms of really and truly implementing climate resilience and building that. Because the cost of it to rebuild after a disaster, it doesn't have to be a hurricane. It can be flooding. You heard Prime Minister mention that this morning. It can be drought. It can be just basic things that we go through, right? And to rebuild that, after we would have seen trouble to get the financing, is much more. It costs us much more to do so than to really be more purposeful and driven to doing the thing that we say we want to do beforehand. So enhancing climate resilience, using the technology that we have available now with us, and collaborating more. And making strategic partnerships is key towards how we see the next 20 years.
Yes, thanks a lot. And that was a long sentence.
I know. My Prime Minister would tell you, don't give Karen the mic.
But thanks again. FCDO?
I think to stay relevant, 5Cs has to deliver results in terms of supporting CARICOM countries to become more resilient to the impact of climate change. I think there has to be that connection as we move forward, delivering projects and programs, has to be delivering results in terms of building that resilience.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon?
Yes, Mark. Thanks. So I made reference to the fact that we helped to establish the clearinghouse mechanism and to implement the region's first Caribbean-focused LiDAR system, which was a pioneering step at that point. So I'm thinking to the next 5 years, we probably need to do a bit more around the demand creation with respect to the technology. So I would think, one, that we need to expand the LiDAR coverage We need to generate some value-added spatial products, strengthening technical delivery capacity, and supporting damage and loss assessment. We could utilize the technology to do all of those things, and I think that is probably where the sweet spot is in the next 5 years.
Well, I'm happy that you mentioned that, and I see the ED is ginching because LiDAR falls under my portfolio. So it will definitely be something that we look into because we have ideas of how to expand it, but thanks again. Minister.
Thank you. I think for 5Cs to remain relevant in a world in which disruption is the norm, it has to be agile. It is almost like imagining the possibility that the 5Cs that we know today will not be the same 5Cs in the next 10, 15 years, and being open to that possibility in whatever form it comes, yeah? That is what response to disruption and transformation should look like. And again, given the complexity that we are in, given all of the statistics, that we know about how the climate crisis will evolve, how 5Cs responds to that also as well has to be innovative. So agility and innovation, right? And when we talk about this notion of innovation, it doesn't always necessarily mean that it has to be something entirely new, but it's how we adapt our current processes, how we work, how we do the things that we do, and how we respond in a different way that moves us out of the traditional, because I don't think that tradition will get us there. I don't think that can laud ourselves 20 years, everybody take a breath, because that's good. But again, like I said, it's beginning now to project for what the next 20, 30 years will look like, right? So I think the next part of that in terms of responding in a disruptive space as well is also about thinking about what the next level of leadership will be required for 5Cs. And how 5Cs is also then preparing for what that should look like is also going to be important. I think that within the region, we don't do generational transfers very well. And certainly everything that I've heard here today suggests that there are some key lessons that have to be learned in the region about how 5Cs has not only operated in the climate space, but also as well become a sound agency on its own right. Yeah? And how we transfer those lessons regionally as well is also going to be important, so that even those systems and even those processes, we have to again continue to reimagine. Prime Minister continually talks about this process of deconstruction and reconstruction. And I believe that is what we are going to be, that's what we're going to need. And perhaps that is not just for 5Cs, but for us in the region as well, right? Yeah. That we not perhaps hold on to constructs too much. Right. But all the issues of AI and all of that, AI is one thing today, huh? It's going to look completely different. Yes. Before. So I'm not even holding on to those constructs now. But again, that continuous process of deconstructing, reconstructing, and reimagining is going to be important. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Minister. Edie, wrap it up.
The beauty about going last is I could just say ditto, ditto, yes, ditto. Yes. But really, I think we must be fit for purpose to meet the needs of the region. The needs are many, but we are one partner in this space. I think we have to deliver. Ultimately, we have partnerships and long-lasting partnerships with our partners like FCDO and others. And ultimately, what's going to continue to fuel that is our ability to deliver. 3, we have to continue the efforts of those things that have clearly served the 5Cs over the last 20 years. And one of them is absolutely strategic partnerships. This is going to continue to be even more important. And ministers, James and Monroe Knight, it is absolutely going to be pivotal and critical for our member states to own and support and champion the work of the 5Cs. In the environment that Minister spoke about, where multilateralism is faltering and where we're seeing countries looking inward more than they are looking outward, then this is a CARICOM institution. It is CARICOM that owns this institution. And we now have to put our voices, we have to put our support, and we have to put the political leverage and the political capital in supporting entities like a 5Cs and the other regional institutions that are doing great work. We are not a creature of our own. And so we look to your guidance, we look to your, because we don't work on projects that are 5Cs projects. We work on projects that, as you said, Minister, that is aligned to your national climate adaptation strategies and plans, your NDCs, and we are willing to work with anyone and any entity who are in this space willing to build resilience. And Mark, I know Oliver was, if I could just use some privilege to say, what we did with FCDO, and this is, maybe patting our chest or back a little bit, Oliver, we deployed 14 climate finance experts across 7 of our member states in the Caribbean. It is the largest deployment of capacity in countries that has happened, and that happened because of a strategic partnership between us and the UK. And later today, we will be signing a 3rd year of the CIDR program with FCDO that would allow us for about $1 million, for £1 million, to be able to deliver millions of dollars for their ODA-eligible countries. This is the kind of, I think, long-term strategic partnerships that will continue to help us to evolve and deliver exceptional value and services to our member state.
And perhaps I take some privilege as well, Mark, because one of the things I was reflecting on here, again, and coming from the next panel is, and I've said it before, and Mr. James said it, we're not telling the story, are we? We're not telling the 5Cs story very well. And that is a responsibility, I think, that, as you said, that we have to take on as member states, but also as well that whole thing about how we challenge as well 5Cs to be able to tell its own story, right, of its success. Because there are some exemplars, as I keep saying, in your story for us, for the region, as a whole, and I think that we need to be able to do better. That's the only way as well that we build one better and ingrained capacity, right? Is being able to look at those exemplars and then build for future, but also as well, being able as a region to have an exemplar against the narrative that the regional integration movement, again, because of all of its complexities and its imperfections, we suggest that it's not moving anywhere. The 5C story suggests to us that there are some successes that we can herald. And I believe that that is an important narrative for the regional integration movement itself.
Yes. Indeed, I thank you all for expressing your views and opinions and looking forward to the next 20 years. I may not be here, but in any event, I trust that whatever the 5Cs does, it will live on long beyond the years that I still have on the earth. Now we'll throw out for question and answers. Are there any? Wow. Yes, we have a burning question from Commander Blake. We have one from the young lady over there, and then we have one from Cletus. So we'll take all the questions and then we'll respond.
Thank you. This panel speaks to strategic partnerships for sustainability and sustained climate action, which means it's suggesting that we are thinking of actions which we can do to adapt and to guide ourselves. I want to suggest that at the current rate at which the climate is changing, that there is no thing that we can do to be sustainable if that trend continues. And therefore, I want to suggest that one of the aspects that PIC has looked at, and is to say to our government going into negotiations, in particular, climate to COP30, that if the developed countries are not talking about reducing the rate at which the climate is changing, that there's nothing that makes sense. 20 years from now, at this rate, you will not be here. So, I know I'm not going to be here too, but really, I'm serious about it, that financing is important, thinking about sustainability, but it is nonsense because it is going to be wiped out at the rate at which it's going. And out of certainly the last 5 COPs, you're not getting that. So I'm suggesting that you want to advise your governments going into COP30 that if the agenda doesn't speak to how and when the reduction is going to take place, the reversal, that we are wasting time. And you shouldn't even go.
Charmaine Saunders, head the University of the West Indies Global Campus Belize. They say hindsight is 20/20 and vision drives progress. Today, we have an opportunity to look at 20 years of success. It is introspective, but it's also an opportunity for us to look beyond. My question is, if you were to identify one key performance indicator of successful strategic alliance, what would that be? The question is for any of you.
Cletus.
Thank you very much, Cletus, everybody. My question is, I have been sensing, for lack of a better word, a disconnect between what's happening at the regional space through the Climate Change Center. And Colin, you spoke about the significant gains that you've made in raising financing. I am not seeing enough of a commitment to climate change adaptation at the national level, as I would wish to see, given the imperatives that Byron Blake has identified. I believe that we've had too strong a dependence on getting, I'm not saying it's not important, but I'm seeing several opportunities for national governments to build their resilience to climate change that are not being utilized. And I want to know, what is the sense at the center in terms of bringing the governments, having the governments to pay closer attention and to do more than they are doing now to build their resilience? If we wait on these funds, we promised 100 billion many years ago that has not materialized. It will never materialize. But in the meantime, we are passing budgets in our countries of hundreds of millions of dollars. And how much is climate change adaptation being mainstreamed in the money that is being spent through these budgets? Thanks.
Dr. Young?
Thank you, Mark. Maybe just go back to Dr. Saunders' question. I think what drives the team and the staff at the 5Cs in terms of a critical performance indicator is improving the resilience and lives and livelihoods of vulnerable people. Ultimately, we talk about the climate science and we talk about funding and we talk about all of this, but if the man and the woman and the vulnerable people who are suffering from the effects of climate change, if their lives and livelihoods aren't any more stronger as a result of the investment, then we have failed. We talked about Kariakou, about the project we did there. They had to truck in water, boat in water, barge in water. Now having potable water at better than WHO standard is improving the lives of those persons. When we deploy projects in St. Lucia, when we deploy projects in Guyana, in Jamaica, it's about lives and livelihoods. In terms of Cletus's question about the 5Cs, this is like Sisyphus, right? Pushing the rock up the hill. It's a constant challenge, and this is where the ministers being here is so important, because sometimes it's not about new money. It's about redeploying what you already have in a more effective and strategic way that can then build the resilience that we seek. So I remember when I was once the CEO in the Ministry of Energy, and you look at and energy was supposed to be, renewable energy was supposed to be the biggest priority. And then I looked at the budget that was approved in the House, and there was no money. So how you deploy those existing resources, because when we go to people and donors like FCDO and the GCF and others, then we can show how we can align the national investment to what we're trying to do with the international investment and get the scale, and not only the scale, but the sustainability that will continue after the project has been completed.
Yes.
I just want to challenge my good friend, Commander. Yeah. So I agree with you. If nothing is done to reduce the greenhouse gases, then we are in a lot of trouble. I want to contextualize that, though, in the circumstances we have in the world, where people are now inward looking and shifting money from development funding to defense and so on. I just wanted us to remember that we might be in the most vulnerable part of the world, and we might die first, but we all will die, because it's one planet. And so we now need to understand that this existential threat is now. I don't know if the response to that is not to go to COP. We have to continue the advocacy. We have to go to meet people who we can be friendly with to help us to champion our cause. That's the platform for it. And so I'm not so sure that we could be as radical as not going, but we need to do something differently. I agree.
I thank you all for your presentations. I agree with you that there's a lot that happened within the COP, and there's a lot that happened outside of the COP. So it is not only what happens within the COP that we should be focusing on, it is also the totality of what happens outside the COP and in the COP that we should be looking at. But I trust that everyone was able to look back where it started from a concept. We looked to see where the center was, and now we're looking to see where the center is going. So it has been 3 panels. I trust that it has been able to whet your appetite. So now we can relax and get into the meat of why we are here as we move into the next set of activities, the cocktail and the banquet. I thank you all.
You could whet their appetites there again.
Yes.
And that's our time. Right behind you guys, I'm right behind you. I want to say a big thank you to our esteemed panel, and of course to you, Dr. Baino, for masterfully steering that final discussion and leaving us with insights that we will for sure carry forward. So, as we close this afternoon's powerful arc of dialogue, from vision to action to momentum, journeying full circle today, we celebrate not just what has been shared, but what we've become through these conversations. A region more aligned, more awakened, grounded in science, guided by purpose, and more unapologetically united. Thank you, our brilliant moderators, our esteemed panelists, those viewers who are with us on our live from the Caribbean and beyond in the digital space, and of course, for you, our engaging audience today, okay, on behalf of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, I now invite you to take a minute to recalibrate and, of course, join us for the cocktail reception downstairs at the Jaguar Bar as we toast to 20 years of impact and to the next chapter we're shaping together. Thank you all, and I'll be seeing you under the lights. Not a boring job. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to please stand for the arrival of the Prime Minister of Belize and his wife, Mrs. Briceño, and the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Distinguished guests, honored dignitaries, regional leaders, and all those who carry the heartbeat of this Caribbean community, a pleasant good evening and welcome. My name is Indira Craig, and it is not only my honor, it is my deepest joy to stand before you this evening as we celebrate a legacy that spans 20 years of resilience, of regional unity, and of unwavering commitment to protection, not just our environment, but our future. On behalf of beautiful Belize, the home of the 5 Cs, rich by diversity and big hearts, I welcome you, not just with protocol, but with presence. To begin this evening in reverence, I now ask, you guys are already standing, thank you, to join me for the national anthem of Belize. Before taking your seats, I now invite our Reverend Philip Wright, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Belize, to offer up the blessings.
I greet you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. For the beauty of the earth, for the beauty of the skies, for the love which from our birth over and around us lies, gracious God, to thee we raise this our sacrifice of praise. O Lord, our sovereign, how majestic is your name in all the earth. You have set your glory above the heavens. Lord God, in the beginning when you created the heavens and the earth was a formless void and darkness covered the face of the deep. And you spoke creation into being. Triune God, you created and you saw it was good. You created humans and gave us dominion over your creation. Today, the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, 5Cs, gather in your name to examine the work of the stakeholders and to assess, to plan and execute new and improved strategies and best practices in a collaborative effort to save the resources you have entrusted in our care. We confess, Creator God, that we have had and we continue to have challenges in this region. We have abused and mismanaged these, your resources. We lament the climate crisis that we are facing. As the heat becomes excessive, the oceans rise, and consequently our animals and people suffer. But we are thankful that you have not left us alone, gracious God, but you have guided the members of this Caribbean Community Climate Change Center to undertake climate resilient actions, strengthening our resilience across the region. You, in your wisdom, have allowed young men to dream dreams. And so today we can celebrate this 20th anniversary celebration, embracing the value of all CARICOM member states, that we will all pledge to work together, to renew your commitment to care for the earth, to preserve our common home, which you so willingly entrusted to us as caregivers, thus coordinating the region's response to climate change. Caring God, show us our place in this region and by extension the world. Help us to be intentional in our efforts to grow the CCCCC as the channel of your love for all creatures and resources of this earth. We give you thanks for the words in the hymn penned by Folliet S. Pierpont, for each perfect gift of thine, to our race so freely given. Graces human and divine, flowers of earth and buds of heaven. Gracious God, to thee we raise this our sacrifice of praise. Hear our prayer through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, the Bishop, Reverend Elswit Clare of the Wesley Methodist Church of Belize and Honduras. You may now take your seat. Tonight is more than a celebration. It is a call to elevate not just our strategies, but our solidarity. Because while the climate crisis does not recognize borders, our unity refines them. At this time, allow me to formally establish protocol for this evening's commemorative celebration. We begin by recognizing and welcoming the Prime Ministers and heads of government of Belize and St. Lucia, the Honorable John Briceño and his wife, Mrs. Briceño, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Ministers of Environment and Climate Change of Grenada and St. Lucia, the Honorable Karine James, the Honorable Sean Edward, the Honorable Tracy Panton, Leader of the Opposition, Member of the House of Representatives of Belize, Senator Dr. Honorable Chantal Monroe Knight, Minister in the Office of the PM of Barbados, Senator the Honorable Dwayne Austell Lockhart in the Office of the Prime Minister, Commonwealth of Dominica, Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Armstrong Alexis, and CARICOM Climate Envoy, Dr. James Fletcher, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, head of regional and international organizations, our distinguished awardees, our regional scientists, technocrats, and change makers who continue to stand with the 5 Cs in climate action, the executive director, board of governors, and staff of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, senior government officials, representatives from civil society, youth leaders, and the private sector, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A warm Belizean welcome to each and every one of you, especially if you are joining us from across the Caribbean and beyond. We're honored by your presence, and tonight we celebrate not only 20 years of institutional leadership, but the deep, enduring spirit of the Caribbean collaboration. We have an exceptional evening ahead, rich with reflection, insight, culture, and celebration, not just to mark time, but to honor legacy. And as your host, I invite you not only to listen, but to lean in, because everything about this moment, from the people beside you to the stories shared tonight, represents our collective Caribbean past, but more importantly, our future and pivot. To officially open this milestone celebration, it is my honor to welcome a man whose leadership continues to shape not only Belize, but the region's collective voice on climate justice, resilience, and innovation. Not only is he the executive director of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, but he is also a homegrown Belizean son, a steward of sustainability, a bold voice who walks the talk across policy rooms, islands, shores, and global negotiations. Please join me in welcoming the man at the helm of this movement, Dr. Colin Young.
Good evening. Wow, what an impressive gathering. Thank you to everyone who've traveled from across the Caribbean, Europe, the United States, and Belize to join us to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, known as the 5 Cs. Your presence with us tonight is truly appreciated, and we appreciate it very much. I must start by acknowledging my exceptional 5 Cs team. Your dedication, commitment, and hard work over the years made today's event possible. Special thanks to our members of the Planning Committee, comprised of management and staff, and the energetic Uname Gordon for organizing and executing this momentous and special event. Particular acknowledgement to our in-house communications team for designing the magazine you're seeing in front of you and for producing in-house the video that you will see shortly after. This anniversary celebration would not have been possible without the absolutely strong support of the government of Belize. Prime Minister of Belize, Honorable John Briceño, a heartfelt thank you to you and your team for agreeing to co-host this 20th anniversary event, and to CO Mai and her team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their constant and unwavering support to the 5 Cs. It is both a privilege and a profound honor to join you to celebrate and commemorate the 20th anniversary of the 5 Cs. This milestone is a testament to the collective resilience, vision, and unwavering commitment of our Caribbean nations and our development partners to forge a sustainable and resilient future amid the mounting challenges of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, 23 years ago, right here in Belize, CARICOM heads of government signed the agreement establishing the 5 Cs at the 13th intersessional meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. The 5 Cs mandate from heads was elegantly simple, yet profoundly impactful: coordinate the region's response to climate change. Both the task force, which was set up to establish the 5 Cs, many of whose members are here today, and CARICOM heads of government who took the visionary and bold step to establish the 5 Cs as a CARICOM institution, should be commended for proposing and establishing such a regional institution. The decision to establish the 5 Cs was visionary, as even in 2002, the heads of government identified climate change as a major threat to current and future generations. It was bold because the 5 Cs was set up as a self-financing institution, meaning that we would not receive subventions from member states, making it the first such institution in the Caribbean community. In this regard, the 5 Cs was a CARICOM experiment and a pilot. Belize's leadership, especially from the former Prime Minister of Belize, the Right Honorable Said Musa, was instrumental in securing Belize as the host country after convincing the late former Barbadian Prime Minister Owen Otter to abandon its bid. In 2003, with Belize's support, Dr. Kenrick Leslie became the first executive director, and the 5 Cs officially opened on August 2nd, 2005, with a grand staff of 2. Early support from the government of Italy was critical to its survival. The then Secretary General of CARICOM, Edwin Carrington, called it a vital step for building a sustainable Caribbean. He said at the opening, and I quote, "This is a critical step in achieving the laudable goal of building a sustainable Caribbean community worthy of the highest aspirations of its people. The next major step is for the region to use the center as a coordinator, a facilitator, an expediter, a source of information and resource mobilization, as well as a force for the future survival and development of the region," end quote. Dr. Leslie, in his opening remarks, predicted the 5 Cs would become a global center of excellence. It is said, "Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown." In this instance, Dr. Leslie's head must have been uneasy. He was hired to start a regional institution with no staff, no money, and an important mandate. Despite initial challenges, but with the steadfast support from leaders like former Prime Minister Said Musa, the then Deputy Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Briceño, and the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, Eamon Courtney, Ambassador Stuart Leslie Carlos Fuller, and with the vision, leadership, and the indefatigable spirit of Dr. Leslie, the 5 Cs established key partnerships with entities like the World Bank, the government of Italy, as it embarked on an incredible journey of institutional building, growth, and innovation, where it built a solid track record of excellence. Thereafter, the 5 Cs grew, partnering with key institutions, and by 2009, it was recognized as a center of excellence by the United Nations Institute of Training and Research, fulfilling Dr. Leslie's prophecy. Under Dr. Leslie's leadership and guidance of the Board of Governors, with support of stalwarts like Dr. Ulrich Trotz and others, the 5 Cs became the recognized focal point for Caribbean climate change issues by entities like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the United Nations Environmental Program, and other institutional partners. It developed and hosted the largest Caribbean-specific climate change information repository in its regional clearinghouse. In international negotiations, it coordinated CARICOM's participation, championing the 1.5 to Stay Alive campaign, a key focus leading up to the Paris Agreement, and a central legacy of CARICOM's ongoing climate advocacy. The 5Cs was the first regional direct access entity accredited to the Green Climate Fund, a testament to its strong fiduciary systems. By early 2020, when Dr. Leslie retired, the 5Cs had already mobilized over $80 million in climate finance on behalf of CARICOM member states. Since 2005, the 5Cs has steadfastly risen to become the region's premier institution for climate change adaptation and resilience. Over the last 2 decades, it has demonstrated that a self-financed, regionally owned institution can deliver tailored and impactful results, even in a complex and rapidly evolving global landscape. The 5Cs journey highlights the catalytic power of strategic partnerships. Early in his tenure, Dr. Leslie emphasized that self-sustainability, while very difficult at times, requires proactive collaboration and partnerships. And so engaging with organizations like the World Bank, UNEP, and bilateral partners such as Italy, Australia, Germany, the UK, Greece, Canada, and the US, alongside regional bodies like the Cuban Institute of Meteorology, INSMET, the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, CIMH, the UE Climate Studies Group, and international institutes such as the Hadley Center and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, has enabled the 5Cs to leverage expertise, resources, and innovative approaches. These collaborations have strengthened its capacity to address climate challenges and improve the lives of Caribbean people. On January 5th, 2020, after a score of years of sterling service to the region, Dr. Leslie retired, and I was selected by the Board of Governors as the second executive director of the 5Cs. Building on its strong reputation and solid foundation, with the ability to stand on the shoulders of giants who came before me, the 5Cs, under the guidance of the board, began a journey of renewal and growth. It conducted an institutional assessment of the first 15 years. We developed a new 5-year strategic plan entitled Building Resilience, Securing Our Future. It rebranded. We had a new logo. It approved a new tagline. And ladies and gentlemen, just a couple months after I went to the 5Cs, the world as we know it changed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, with the resilience and adaptability, the 5Cs weathered the storm by renegotiating staff contracts and deferring salaries. And when the pandemic finally waned, the 5Cs was able to maintain 100% of its pre-pandemic staff to support its mission and ensure staff health insurance during those very difficult times. The past 5 years, since 2020, has seen unprecedented growth and resilience at the 5Cs. We renewed our accreditation to the Green Climate Fund and gained accreditation to the Adaptation Fund. Our portfolio doubled from 80 million in 2020 to nearly 160 million today, supporting water, food, energy security, urban resilience, and early warning systems across 12 CARICOM member states, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. By year's end, our portfolio will reach $200 million. We have a pipeline of $500 million for 12 countries that we intend to deliver on behalf of these countries in the next few years. Our strategic collaborations have increased, strengthening regional and international efforts. Our staff has increased from 38 in 2020 to nearly 70 today, with an additional 14 embedded consultants supporting governments in 7 member states to mobilize climate finance, thanks to the UK FCDO partnership. Today, the 5Cs is in its strongest financial position it has been in its 20 years. Despite this progress, however, resources are still needed to ensure its long-term sustainability, to expand our work, and to better support our staff. We remain committed to doing even more for our member states and the region. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that the 5Cs has delivered exceptional service and value to CARICOM. Starting as the first self-financed CARICOM institutions with modest beginnings, it has grown into a key catalyst with a strong track record over the past 20 years. Maintaining its relevance and effectiveness over the next 5 to 10 years, however, will be challenging. But we will, with your help, rise to the challenge. The world today, in 2025, is vastly different from 2005 when the center opened, and from 2015 when Overseas Development Assistance, ODA, peaked, and when the OECD DAC countries pledged in Addis Ababa to contribute up to 0.7% of their gross national income to ODA. By 2026, G7 countries, 4 of which are traditional partners of the 5Cs, Germany, Canada, the UK, and Italy, are expected to cut ODA by 28%, according to a report from Oxfam. We are witnessing increased geopolitical tensions, wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, the cancellation of climate aid, and attacks on our climate science and facts. Undoubtedly, today's landscape is very different from 20 years ago. But it is times like these, when multilateralism is faltering, when ODA is declining, and countries are turning inwards, that CARICOM must remain united. CARICOM must invest in its regional institutions. And though the 5Cs has been self-financed for 2 decades, its sustainability and chapter will demand unprecedented cooperation, commitment, ownership, and support from our member states to deliver the services for our region. The 5Cs itself must also evolve to meet the needs of our countries. It must remain flexible, fit for purpose, and innovative. We will strengthen the 5Cs operational capacity, leverage technological advances like AI and data-driven solutions, and foster new collaborations. Investing in our human capital is essential, which is why I have initiated talks with the Board of Governors to transition core positions at the 5Cs to permanent staff and establish a co-contributory pension plan in an effort to attract and retain talent. Earlier today, we reaffirmed the importance of strategic partnerships. With the support of the Prime Ministers Briceño and Pierre, we broke ground to mark the partnership between 5Cs and the University of Belize, which will, with the government of Belize's help, lead to the construction of 5C's permanent headquarters in Belize. This groundbreaking follows the signing of an MOU in March of 2025, which promises tangible benefits for 5Cs, the UB, and the region. I sincerely want to thank the University Board of Trustees, especially the Chair Godfrey Smith and President Vincent Palacio, for their support in advancing this strategic partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, our Caribbean people are inherently resilient. Our history and experience with natural disasters, such as Hurricane Maria, that destroyed the equivalent of 226% of Dominica's GDP, or Hurricane Hattie, which caused losses equivalent to 600% of GDP in Belize in 1961, has shaped a Caribbean community that is adaptable, courageous, and hopeful. We've learned that unity and cooperation make recovery possible, and together we can face any challenge, including the greatest of them all, climate change. As we look to the future, let us reaffirm our commitment to innovation, regionalism, multilateralism, and shared purpose. The threats are real and urgent, but make no mistake, so is our resolve. I call on our partners, member states, donors, and regional institutions and staff of the 5 Cs to join us in building a resilient, sustainable Caribbean. As the current chair of CARICOM and the Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Mayor Motley says, many hands make light work. Unprecedented times demand unprecedented actions. I am optimistic that together, the 5 Cs will remain relevant and effective in securing a resilient Caribbean. I want to end with a quote from former Prime Minister Said Musa from 20 years ago that is very much relevant today when he said, I quote, "I urge my colleagues in the region to strongly support the center in the years ahead, ensuring it achieves its mission of building capacity to manage climate variability and change," end of quote. I know that we can count on your support. Once again, thank you for being here and gracing us with your presence on this most historic occasion. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Young, for reminding us that leadership is not just about vision, but about staying united, rooted, and relentless, especially in the hardest of times. 20 years, one region, climate vision, endless impact. Please turn your attention to the screen as we present the story that got us here. A short commemorative film from the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center.
20 years ago, in the heart of the Caribbean, a vision took root to safeguard the future of our islands from the growing threat of climate change. That vision became the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the region's lead agency for climate resilience, advocacy, and action. For 20 years, the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the 5 Cs, has been at the heart of the Caribbean's response to the challenge of climate change. This anniversary marks not just the passage of time, but a moment to reflect on our journey, our impact, and the collective strength of the Caribbean in the face of one of the world's greatest threats.
The Caribbean Community Climate Change Center was established in 2002 by heads of government to coordinate the region's response to climate change. Even then, it would recognize that climate change represents a significant threat to the survival of Caribbean people.
In 2003, December, I was invited by the host country, Belize, to develop a financial plan and to start the planning for the startup of operations of the center. After careful consideration, it was decided that the financial support for the center would begin through direct contacts with the developed countries that would provide the support for the operations of the center. The first meeting in support of this process was held in Nassau, Bahamas in January of 2004. The then Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. John Bresenio, arranged a breakfast meeting where he invited potential donors to listen to a presentation made by me on the mission and vision of the center. This was followed by a number of other meetings in New York City, arranged by the Belize Permanent Mission to the United Nations, where I discussed the situation of financing the center with permanent missions of the Western European countries.
CARICOM leaders realized that the piecemeal approach for projects was not ideal, and a flag bearer was needed to lead the charge in coordinating the region's response to climate change and variability. The key question then became, who?
We felt that the climate change issue needed some center in the region that would be able to pull together the different institutions and more or less organize our collective capability to be able to provide for the region the sort of service that we felt was necessary.
From the northernmost islands to the southernmost coasts, the impacts of climate change are undeniable. But here in the Caribbean, the 5 C's responded with strength, unity, and action.
The mandate initially given to the 5 C's to address the impacts of climate change were 2. First of all, coordinate the CARICOM region in climate change, especially in adaptation. So we had to have a coordinating mechanism to address climate change. That was the first mandate. The second one was that the Climate Change Center was to be financially independent. So we had to draft a financial mechanism, a financial plan where we could have reliable and continuous access to funding to maintain the center, staff, institution, but then also to implement projects. So those were the 2 mandates: coordinate the region's actions on climate change, and secondly, to have a financial plan in place to then get the resources to implement these projects.
Once the decision was made and the location finalized, the real work began. It was no longer just an idea. It was a vision that needed to be transformed into a reality. The Caribbean's response to climate change had found its forerunner, but now it was time to build it from the ground up. The success of the center's actions, including its ability to generate funding, was grounded in a firm regional commitment, policy, and strategy. The basis for climate action in the region was guided by our 3 foundation documents: the Lilienthal Declaration on Climate Change and Development, the Regional Framework for Achieving Development Resilient to Climate Change, and its accompanying implementation plan. As time passed, these documents have since been updated. The Herculean feat of establishing a regional center of excellence wouldn't be possible without tackling challenges. Overcoming these challenges required data and science-driven solutions to mobilize the region's response to climate change through coordination, collaboration, and partnerships.
From the start, we devoted a lot of time building partnerships with a view to converting these to lasting collaborative ventures. We developed strong alliances with agencies including UWI, CIMH, SEDEMA, CFRAM, CARDI, CDB, and CTO. The latter 2, along with the UWI, hold permanent seats on the board. But let me also mention the work of the Cuban Institute of Meteorology, with whom we developed a strong collaborative working relationship. There were also a number of external collaborators, including the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, UNDP, OAS, the UK Met Office Hadley Center, USAID, the Hellenic Republic of Greece, the Government of Italy, and many others. And I firmly believe that these partnerships brought considerable benefit to the region, enabling the center to mobilize and optimize much needed resources.
Within its first 10 years of existence, the 5Cs successfully executed a suite of regional climate change related programs valued at approximately $50 million US. This was made possible due to the strategic development of the Project Development and Management Department and leveraging climate data systems and tools to advance our resilience building efforts and transforming attitudes.
This was not a new project, but it was being run through the center. It was helping to build resilience, putting in place water policies, etc., so that persons could be able to then take decisions and implement these decisions as they will help to enhance their capacities. Thereafter, in 2009, we had the draft Caribbean Regional Framework, which was just in draft, but the EU came, they saw it, and they said they were willing to give us, I should say, $8 million project for CARIFORUM, which included all CARICOM countries plus the DR and Cuba. This was implemented. It helped to put in place the early warning system, both for hydrometeorological and also for coral reefs.
2020 marked a significant year for the 5Cs under the new leadership of Colin Young. We embarked on a journey to update our strategic goals and objectives as we continue to take on the charge of building the region's resilience to climate change and variability, thus securing our future.
The center was established to ensure that data and information about climate change was being collected, was being analyzed, and being used for evidence-based decision-making to make our region more resilient to the effects of climate change. And while that mission has really driven the center to what it is today, over the years, the center's strategic objectives have also grown. Today, the center has 5 strategic objectives. The first is about ensuring that we scale up climate action across our region. And we do that by mobilizing climate finance for our member states so that we can invest in actions that will build the resilience and protect the lives and livelihoods of our people. Secondly, the challenge of climate change is so vast and so complex that no one institution can do it alone. And so the strategic partnerships that the center has established over the years are extremely important to our work. And as a result, it has grown tremendously. We've worked with partners in Europe, we've worked with partners with the Pacific, we've worked with partners in the region, and we've built strong, lasting relationships, all working towards the same objective of building resilience. Thirdly, we maintain our strategic focus on data and information. We've also noticed that the Caribbean public is not as aware about the effects of climate change, and so we spend a tremendous amount of time and effort trying to build awareness of climate change among Caribbean people. And finally, the center is a self-financed CARICOM institution. And as a result, we have to ensure that we have a strong, sustainable 5Cs. Because if the 5Cs is not strong and sustainable, then we're unable to deliver the services that our people and our region so deserve. One of the very first things the 5Cs did, and I credit to the board and credit to the previous executive director, was to set up what was called the Project Development and Management Unit. It recognized that we needed to bring people with capacity to be able to write bankable projects to our donors. And once that unit was established, the center was then able to attract the kind of climate finance that was needed by our countries. In addition to writing bankable proposals that met the stringent requirements of donors, We also have a cadre of young professionals who are managing these projects on behalf of our countries. And we also then all had a procurement unit. Procurement is one of those barriers that prevent the flow of climate finance in our region. And so that particular unit, the PDMU as it is called, is then staffed by those who write bankable projects, those who manage these projects, and those who ensure that the procurement meets the stringent need of our partners. By having this unit established, the center became a leading role and played a leading role in the region in mobilizing climate finance for our countries. And I'm happy to say that over the last 2 decades, the center has mobilized over $250 million for climate action across the region. A tremendous achievement for a center that started with 2 people and that has grown now to a staff of over almost 70, all the while being a self-finance institution.
20 years of mobilizing resources for adaptation, 20 years of building up data to inform policy in the Caribbean. That's been important for the Caribbean people, and that's been important for the 5 Cs in general as an institution. I can certainly speak to the leadership, the innovation, the charisma, and the drive of the people at 5 Cs.
Working at the 5 Cs means a lot to me because of the work that we do. Coordinating the region's response to climate change for the Caribbean region is a very, very special task.
I've been with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center for almost 14 years. I consider 5 Cs my next home. I relish in being a part of this organization that lives up to its core value: accountability, transparency, integrity, respect, excellence.
It was important for St. Kitts and Nevis to ratify the agreement establishing the 5 Cs because 5 Cs as an institution represents for us the best opportunity for the Caribbean collaboratively to work towards climate resilience.
We are very, very grateful to 5 Cs for helping us pioneer this major project. When 5 Cs came to visit the sugar industry, they saw a lot of potential projects.
Estamos contentos. Ya la lágrima que teníamos en los ojos con nuestros hijos cuando los veíamos muertos del hambre, ya esas lágrimas se van a acabar, ya eso se va a terminar. Ya nuestros hijos se están riendo porque ya vamos a tener agua para sembrar alimentos, tanto para la casa, tanto para el pueblo, para la casa, que no tengan que traer una libre yuca de parte, ni plátano, ni guineo, porque nosotros tenemos tierra, a dónde trabajar. Y ya gracias a Dios y a gracias a toda aquella persona que aportó un granito de arena, que Dios le eche la bendición y que me le dé salud donde quiera que se encuentren.
The work of the 5 Cs has always had one clear goal: to protect and uplift the lives and livelihoods of the 40 million people who call the Caribbean home. The 5 Cs has been driving measurable, relevant, and transformative projects and programs across Caribbean member states for 2 decades, strengthening water and food security, advancing climate resilience, enhancing infrastructure and energy systems, and building institutional and human capacity throughout the region. Every project, every partnership, every policy has been rooted in one unwavering commitment. As we mark 20 years of climate impact, we celebrate not just where we've been, but where we're going. The journey continues. The vision remains clear: a resilient and sustainable Caribbean region for all.
Congratulations to the entire team. To continue this evening's reflection, we now welcome a distinguished regional voice from the Caribbean and CARICOM Secretariat. He's a champion of development, diplomacy, and Caribbean integration, whose work spans governance, sustainability, and strategic policy for our shared future. Please join me in welcoming the Assistant Secretary General of the CARICOM Secretariat, Dr. Armstrong Alexis.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremonies. With the protocols having already been established by our hosts, I wish to simply say good evening to all, and in particular to our host Prime Minister and visiting Prime Minister of my own home country, St. Lucia. I wish to say how much a pleasure it is to be in your company tonight. I was introduced as the Assistant Secretary General, but as it's always important to ensure that I don't fall under any other pseudonym. I want to just indicate that with the 4 Assistant Secretaries General that exist at CARICOM, I'm not one of them. I happen to hold the office of the Deputy Secretary General. It really is a distinct pleasure for me to be addressing this momentous celebration of the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, known affectionately to us as the 5 Cs. I thank Dr. Young and his team for putting such a memorable series of events, including this afternoon's panel discussions and this evening's banquet, together. Earlier today, we were enlightened on the origins of the center by its founding fathers, Ambassador Byron Blake, Dr. Ulrich Trotz, Ambassador Colin Fuller, and the indomitable Dr. Ken Leslie. This Caribbean region that we call home has led with significant interventions and to proactively secure a sound future for its citizens, and our pioneers have bequeathed to us a region that today stands as an equal partner in climate resilience and adaptation, mitigation and low carbon development, access to climate finance and climate research. So Neville, Carlos, Ken Leslie, Byron, Leonard Nurse, Cletus Springer, and all the other stalwarts who are here with us tonight, I wish to ask you to stand so we could recognize you. Take a bow. You are our real stalwarts. As we gather today, we invoke the words of Sir Isaac Newton and proclaim that we are standing truly on the shoulders of giants. I want, therefore, to start my brief remarks by commending the vision, hard work, dedication, and path-breaking pursuits of all those whose sterling efforts have us here celebrating this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the vulnerabilities that we face need no litigation. We live it every day, and on a daily basis, we are faced with the deleterious impact of the climate crisis that we have contributed little to nothing towards. We, however, do not have the luxury to simply bemoan our circumstances. We have to act not only in response to, but must stay ahead of the inevitable consequences accompanying the climate crisis. I have to compliment the 5 Cs for all its contributions to our region. I note that the extraordinary scientific work that is done at the center You have led a research-driven agenda to place the needs and realities of the Caribbean citizens at the center of the international climate discourse. You stand shoulder to shoulder with others in the international community, and you have represented us well. You have produced findings from research that have grounded your implementation and your interventions in the reality of our people, and you have increased the knowledge and awareness of our citizens on matters of climate change. Simply put, you have done well. And on behalf of the Caribbean Community Secretariat, I commend you on your 20 years of pertinent, useful, and purpose-driven contributions in the broad sphere of climate change, and I look forward to the many more years of your service to the people of our region. I leave you with a not so sobering thought that we as Homo sapiens cannot survive if the very planet on which we live is dying. Although the 5 Cs is charged with the responsibility of leading the region's technical work associated with climate change, it behooves all of us as a community to redouble our efforts to protect our planet and secure the prosperity of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, our magnificence as a Caribbean civilization rests in our resolve to utilize our collective intellectual capacities and experiences to identify, address, and resolve the issues that confront us. 5 Cs has blazed a path of remarkable success. As our premier agency in climate change, you have been central to the understanding of the unique circumstances SIDS regions like ours face. And through your research, modeling, and evidence-based programming, you have contributed to a body of knowledge that has attracted attention to our needs and our unique circumstances. You have mobilized finances and have an impressive array of valuable project interventions that address real needs of our communities. Congratulations once again. Keep up the good work. And I thank you for your contributions to regional development. In closing, I wish you much success as you embark on the next decade and more in order for our Caribbean societies to survive this onslaught of climate change. I thank you, and I wish you a very good evening.
I suppose even after 20 years, a little stumble reminds us that we're all human. Thanks for that, Grace, Dr. Alexis, and for that powerful reminder, especially in the face of climate urgency. When the world speaks of bold, moral clarity, unapologetic truth, and uncompromising vision, few leaders have stirred unflinchingly the global conscience on climate justice like that of Barbados Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley. As chair of CARICOM and a tireless voice for small island states, she reminds the world that the Caribbean is not just vulnerable, it is visionary. Though she is not with us in person this evening, her presence and her influence continue to shape the regional agenda with clarity and courage tonight. Representing both the office of the Prime Minister and the people of Barbados, we are honored to welcome another fierce advocate and a voice of immense brilliance and strategic leadership, the lovely Honorable Senator Dr. Chantel Monroe-Knight.
Good night to all of you. Honorable Prime Minister of Belize, Prime Minister Briceño, and Mrs. Briceño, I want to thank you so very much for the warm hospitality of your country. Everyone that I have encountered, your entire team, the professionalism, and again, the warmth has been exemplary. And I thank you and I congratulate you as well. Prime Minister, I also want to remind you of your words at the welcome reception and to let you know that I have drank lots of Belizean water during my short stay here. So I'm going to count on you to help defend me with my Prime Minister when I say to her that I must return to Belize, and you will join me and say to Prime Minister, yes, she has no choice because there was something about that Belizean water, all right? So yes, wonderful country, immense and rich culture, and much for all of us to learn and to share. Honorable Prime Minister of St. Lucia, I want to thank you as well for creating a domino effect by giving charge to your minister that he must work with the University of Belize. It created a response that allows Barbados now to stand behind you and ask for some of those scholarships as well. So I am grateful. I want to greet all of you though, all of you. There is something about being in a room of Caribbean excellence. I greet all of you as partners, regional heads, climate change champions, and most importantly, fellow sojourners on this, our Caribbean development story. I must bring you greetings on the behalf, of course, of Prime Minister Mia Mottley. She sends her regrets that she could not be here, but assures all of you of our highest and continued support of 5Cs, of the climate change, climate resilience agenda. I also as well want to, especially before I officially start, to greet all of you who are part of the 5Cs legacy, whether you were part of the initial vision, whether you were a first strategic partner, or whether you are currently working in the organization, the very hands and feet, the very heart of the organization. I salute you for your work, for your contribution that transcends 5Cs and is really a contribution to our regional sustainability. The moment that we are in as a region demands that we have leaders and people who understand cause, who understand that the moment is not just only about achieving an objective, but understand that all of us have to contribute to this cause, that understand the moment that we are in, as difficult and as challenging as it is, but still turn up every single day and do it because you also understand fundamentally that the impact and the work that you do is not about you. It is not even about the country that you are in and where you come from, but that it is really, again, as I say, a fundamental contribution to our Caribbean development. The region and the moment that we are in also needs strong institutions, strong regional institutions. And the success that we celebrate today for 5Cs is a reminder, as I said earlier today, that even in the imperfection of our regional integration program, that we have exemplars like 5Cs that remind us as a people that we can still put our shoulders back and that we can celebrate our achievements as Caribbean people and as on this regional integration program. And therefore, I want to again thank all of you, the board, and all of you who've put your hands to this task and keep at it. Because again, it transcends even us, but sends a message globally about who we are and the Caribbean excellence that we stand for as well. But the moment that we are in, and I keep talking about this moment because the development trajectory of the region has been fraught with moments of challenge. I heard from Colin Dr. Young about that moment when he came in the midst of COVID. We're in the midst of a moment where funding is also continuing to be scarce. So we continue to face these challenges. We continue to face these moments. And in these moments that we are in, it is important for us to be able to come to terms with where we are. And as we come to terms with where we are, to also confront what it is that we have at our disposal in order to allow us not just to survive, but to thrive. Not just for our people to walk through our islands through this moment with their shoulders down, but that there are things within the arsenal that we have that can help us to confront and to change. The legacy, the 20 years that the 5Cs has given us, and that they will continue to give us, is one such thing that is a bulwark against those challenges that we confront. And even in the midst of the start, of the initial start, when our leaders said, we're given a mandate to the 5Cs in order to be able to coordinate the regional response to the climate crisis. Today, that challenge is perhaps even more acute. It is more acute because we face a world in which there is consistent disruption. We heard today in the panel that multilateralism is threatened. Finance is shrinking. We face a world in which there is impatience with the notion of smallness and small states and providing finance, even as the evidence suggests and continue to suggest that we will all not be able to survive globally, regionally, in our respective islands until there is a critical shift. And even against that evidence, there is still and continues to be a world and a narrative in which change is difficult, in which responses lack urgency, and which, again, financing continues to shrink. But in that arsenal of things that we have in this moment, and what the 5Cs has done for us throughout the region, is also about changing the narrative of what resilience is. Very often we speak to resilience as a defensive measure, how we cope, how we adapt, how we try to make it through. But it's perhaps time that we flip that narrative on what resilience is, so that resilience becomes now part of what we use to redefine our regional development agenda, our regional development model. It is a search that we have been on, and perhaps in building our resilience, we begin to see kernels of what that could possibly be, that new regional development model. And in framing resilience in that way, we then can begin to speak differently, to speak about empowerment, to speak about building islands and nation states that can perhaps become a space for innovation, for treating to climate resilience. That we can envision resilience building that transcends the current level of acute commercialism and consumerism that we have now, That in changing our modus operandi for how we produce, what we produce, when we produce it, in the name of resilience, that perhaps we can return to the basic values of community, of regenerative actions as opposed to extraction, of realizing that in the midst of that challenge, that we come back again to what is the basic ethos of who we are as a Caribbean people. Fundamentally, we are better together. And so that in that context, as we flip that narrative on what resilience means to us and what resilience should mean to all of us, those organizations like the 5 Cs that are going to be critical to doing that, it means that we have to be able to support them and support them fully. It means that we have to step away from the rhetoric of saying that we see the 5 Cs in its work and it is doing well, and that we leave them on their own and continue to pat them on their back for doing well, but that we perhaps need to contribute more fully, need to be able to, as we would say, begin to put our money directly where our mouth is and meet the 5 Cs and its work and the solid foundation that it has laid for all of us by more tangible contribution. I want to close my remarks by treating to this issue of what I consider to be, and I've talked about, our Caribbean Development Project, and how it sits within the frame of our celebration this evening of the 20 years of the work of the 5 Cs. It is in, I believe, our solidarity. It is our returning to understanding that base of what, again, those visionaries, those leaders saw in the moment of looking at this Caribbean regional integration, and understanding that we will never be able to overcome unless we do it together. That all of the challenges that I spoke about before that are happening within the global community, within climate change, that the response that we must have principally is one of solidarity. It is one of Caribbean unity. Climate change knows no boundaries, no borders. They will impact all of us, regardless of size, GDP, where we are, where we stand. So the challenge before us is whether or not we'll work together or we will fail together. The Honorable Prime Minister Wayne Arthur once said, it's a quote that I reflect on continuously, hope I can find it since I've ignored my speech, somewhere here. He said that, sorry, I'm gonna find it now. He said that we must, as people and as a region, yes, he said that as a people, we have to be able to go forward in this battle. And this was Prime Minister, the late Prime Minister, speaking in a moment when he was talking to, again, the challenges around the global financial architecture and what was happening to the region. And he said that we are not to go forward in fear, but in that moment, which is still relevant now, that we go forward in battle, fortified by conviction that those who labor in the service of a great and good cause will never fail. He said that we must walk forward together, not only to survive the storms, but to shape a more just, regenerative, and powerful Caribbean. I want to thank all of you, and congratulations to the entire 5Cs team, and to every partner, and to every island on this shared journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Monroe Knight. We see you, we hear you, and the region rises stronger when women like you lead from the front. Keep leading from the front. We have a little housekeeping before we continue. Your soup cards are on your table, and I would ask you to gently make your selection and place them on the side for collection. A warm bowl of soup is on its way, okay? We know in the Caribbean we do not play with our belly and with our food. So let us get things activated, all right? Because it's been a long day for everyone for sure. We move on from vision to strategic action. It is only fitting that we hear from the CARICOM lead head of sustainable development. He's a leader known for his steady hand, policy focus, and balancing act of both economic growth, environmental stewardship. Please join me in welcoming the esteemed Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. You've warned me that people will be hungry. So I will be rather short. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me recognize the Honorable Prime Minister of Belize, Honorable John Senzo and his wife, ministers from the region, including the Minister of Education from St. Lucia, and the ministers from Barbados, Dominica, and Grenada, members of the board of the Forces, the Deputy CARICOM General Secretary, I have it right? My friend, Mr. Solomon of the Caribbean Development Bank, members of the University of Belize, and I said this morning, the University of Belize was a well-kept secret. Professor Weber, other distinguished guests, academics, ladies and gentlemen. I'm humbled and honored to be invited to celebrate and recognize the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the 4Cs. 20 years of excellence is no easy feat. It's an incredible milestone for an organization, and we need to applaud the founders and all workers now and the past of this organization. 5Cs is an example of successes that can be secured when member countries collaborate and work together to deal with common challenges, in this case, the challenge of climate change. 20 years ago, when CARICOM heads gathered to establish this regional institution, they did so with a vision responsive to the threats of climate change. They had the foresight and determination for a coordinated response to global threats. For 20 years, the 5Cs has delivered transformative regional projects, mobilized significant amounts of climate finance while serving as a hub for critical data and channeling of resources to our region. Yet, few people in the region are aware of the significant work and meaningful contribution that 5Cs have been doing. It is this public information deficit that undermines the value of CARICOM's institutions like the 5Cs. This information deficit must be corrected sooner rather than later. Let the 5Cs announce loudly to the people of the region its hard work and contribution to the lives and livelihoods of our people. Let us applaud the 5Cs. 5Cs represent a tangible example of CARICOM countries working together for the good of its citizens. CARICOM is a force for good in the region and requires the support of those who care about the Caribbean people. We must find ways to strengthen CARICOM, not to weaken it. As in all other integration movements, CARICOM continues to struggle with the challenges of insularity and protectionism. However, we cannot give up. Institutions like the 5Cs give us hope that we as a region must continuously strive for improvement, deepen and strengthen our integration movement for the benefit of all. Let us continue to work with CARICOM. Today, we stand proudly on the foundation laid by our visionary leaders who had a coordinated vision for strategic climate change action in the Caribbean long before the Paris Agreement was conceptualized. The Center's hard work has left us a legacy, and it has steadily steered our path towards greater resilience in the face of a changing world. It is no secret that the islands of the Caribbean are on the front line of this climate crisis. However, less than 2% of all global climate finance reaches our region. We are forced to grapple with the disastrous impact of intensifying storms that erodes years of economic progress in a matter of seconds. In this journey of endurance, 5Cs has stood as a formidable ally in enhancing the capacity of our nation to rebuild better while supporting the mobilization of resources. We all appreciate the challenges of mobilizing financial and other resources for climate action. An unfortunate reality that underscores the growing need for enhanced and more equitable financial support for our countries from the international financial infrastructure. In this regard, we must commend the Center for its instrumental role in mobilizing much-needed finance for our region while providing technical support to our climate initiatives. The international world continues to promise financial support for loss and damage caused by the climate crisis. However, delivery is slow. Allow me to suggest that 5Cs explores the possibility of creating a homegrown financial vehicle that can close the funding gap. Consideration can be given to the creation of a regional climate investment fund as a special purpose vehicle to attract climate-related investments. I'm sure that 5Cs working in the University of the West Indies, the University of Belize, the University of Guyana, and other academic institutions in collaboration with the Caribbean Development Bank and CARICOM can lead the research in the search for a new flow of much-needed capital. In St. Lucia, we have taken one small step and a leap in the future by enacting legislation for the creation of a sovereign wealth fund for future financing of adaptation and mitigation for climate-related activities. The 5C Center must be commended for creating an enhanced understanding of the vulnerabilities and lived realities of the climate crisis. With limited resources, the 5Cs has championed the regional cause of science-based advocacy, ensuring that data and evidence are the bedrock of policy development. Their work in integrating climate considerations into national development plans, conducting vulnerable assessments, and strengthening early warning systems have undoubtedly enhanced the adaptive capacity of our nations. The Center has made noteworthy strides and interventions in several countries. For example, the safeguarding of coral reefs for the deployment of early warning systems, expanding climate monitoring with automatic weather stations across islands, and improving water security through innovative technologies such as solar-powered saltwater reverse osmosis systems, or the signing of Memorandum of Understanding with governments of several countries to build the capacity and strengthen national frameworks for the development of partnerships with the Green Climate and Adaptation Fund. 5Cs have helped ease the financial burden and cost of climate intervention strategies. Understanding the need to translate policy into action, the Center has forged strategic partnerships with various international development agencies, friendly governments, multinational funding donors, and academia, leveraging diverse expertise and support to respond effectively to the impacts of climate change in the region. As a partner in resilience, 5Cs has supported many of our nations to shape policies that embed climate change planning and action into our national frameworks, even at a time when the concept was not yet fully understood. On a regional level, the Center has led the development and implementation of the Regional Development Framework for Achieving Development Resilience to Climate Change and its implementation plan. This framework provides the region with an effective blueprint in collectively building climate-resilient economies. Additionally, it enforces the need for robust policy frameworks that allow for the integration of climate change action into all facets of national planning and decision-making. The 5Cs also ensures that our positions are ventilated and our voices heard during international climate negotiations. For many years, the Center has hosted and supported CARICOM coordination meetings ahead of the annual Conference of the Parties meetings to ensure that as a region, we have a united voice on the issues that matter to us. Even now, as we celebrate our 20 years of hard work, our negotiators in Germany are working to secure victories in reiterating the special circumstances of SIDS, pushing for urgent action to keep the 1.5-degree target within reach and on course to the global goal of adaptation. The 5Cs is recognized and a respected global institution at the forefront of advocacy and calls for change and fairness for the developing world in its struggle for climate justice. Allow me to offer my thanks and gratitude to the government and people of Belize and the Prime Minister, the Honorable John Bresinho, for hosting and supporting the Center for many years. I know that John is a strong advocate for the environment and will continue to support the 5Cs in its pilgrim's progress. To Dr. Colin Young, the board and dedicated staff who have continued to labor for the benefit of the region, I commend you for all your hard work and dedication. May your legacy continue to positively impact the lives of the people of the region. Let us remember St. Lucian Derrick Walcott, his lament that my climate now is the marsh. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Philip Pierre, for your inspiring words and for recognizing the critical work of the 5Cs in steering Caribbean resilience. Your affirmation to their work, not just in climate science, but in unity and regional strength, truly honors this milestone. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me again in thanking our Prime Minister Pierre and, of course, for being here with us tonight. So, now that Prime Minister Pierre has shown us the roadmap, we turn to the architect of Belize's own climate legacy. From the vision of Prime Minister Said Musa to Belize's stewardship of the Climate Center, through 2 decades of impact, a small nation by size, but a giant in action, our host country has moved from humble beginnings to regional epicenter in climate leadership. And now, it gives me great honor and pride to welcome the voice leading this legacy, the host of tonight's historic event and our keynote speaker. From Orange Walk to the UN stage, his leadership has stitched our nation into global climate progress, turning courage into policy and vision into action. Please join me in welcoming our host, our guide, and our very own Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Briceño.
That was quite an introduction there. I mean, I almost never want you to stop. But tonight's quite a night of surprises. Tonight I wore my best Wayabera, just to find out that this is the same Wayabera I'm wearing the picture in the book. I'm not going to tell you what I was telling my wife, Rosanna, and she said, no, John, you can't say that. Secondly, I opened the book and then I realized now that I'm given an award, or mentioned as an award. I hope it's a check. And my third surprise, I cannot tell you what it is, but all I can say, Kenrick Williams, Dr. Williams, thank you so much for bailing me out tonight. So it's quite a lot of surprises. And when I look back and I think about 20 years ago what we're doing, and I look at Yemon and think to myself, man, we've come a long way, Yemon. He was the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister back then. I was the Deputy Prime Minister. And way back from 2002, we started the work in trying to get this climate change center here in Belize. And never in my life, in my world, was I ever thinking that 20 years later we'll be here celebrating this important milestone as the Prime Minister of Belize. And it humbles me. It humbles me to see that that work that we were doing way back, we were so young and so energetic and so full of vigor and wanting to change the world, that here we are celebrating. And certainly, Dr. Kenrick, sir, thank you so much. You know, this gentleman left his work in the United States. Kenrick Leslie left his work in the United States, a very successful and accomplished scientist, to leave that, to come to Belize, to try to set up a center, a climate change center, with no money. It takes true grit, a lot of guts, true grit, and love for your country and your community. And Dr. Leslie, we will never, ever forget what you've done. And I don't think we'll ever be able to repay you for us, for what you have done. And that here, 20 years later, we're celebrating the work of the 5 Cs here in Belize. And to my friend Philip, Prime Minister Pierre, sorry to calling you Philip, but I do see you as a friend. I'm very pleased that you took the time out to be here with us here in, I was about to say Orange Walk. I don't know why you can't say Orange Walk, but here in Belize. And the senator is right. Once you drink the water, you have to come back. And don't worry, I'll put in a word for you with Prime Minister Motley. We meet quite often. And so I'm glad that you found the time to be here with your team and the other visiting members from the Caribbean. The only thing, sir, is that I'm going to send you a letter to give you an official invitation to come back to Belize to be able to see more of the country, as what you described, that there's a lot of space here in Belize. And so, once again, good evening, distinguished guests, regional leaders or development partners or colleagues or friends, and our good friend Ms. Canuta from Italy. You were right here at the start, and here you are still going strong. It fills me with hope, you know, that there are a lot of good people in this world. It is a tremendous honor to join you this evening to celebrate a remarkable milestone, 20 years of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. 20 years ago, the leaders of our region had a vision to establish an institution that would not only coordinate the Caribbean's climate response, but serve as a catalyst for action, innovation, and unity in the face of the world's most urgent crisis. That vision took root right here in Belize. And today, the 5Cs stands as one of the Caribbean's most respected and impactful institutions, a center that has helped our nations build resilience, access critical financing, and elevate our collective voice on the global stage. From pioneering climate data systems and adaptation tools to supporting countries in mobilizing hundreds of millions of dollars in climate finance, the center has changed the trajectory of how we, a small island and low-lying coastal developing states, prepare for and respond to climate change. But its impact is more than technical. It is personal. It is the training of our young professionals, the support given to ministries to implement adaptation projects, the guidance offered at climate negotiations, and the unyielding advocacy to ensure that the Caribbean is never sidelined in global decision-making. To Dr. Colin Young and his dedicated team, you have built more than a center. You have built trust, credibility, and a legacy of results. And we thank you and your team. And of course, to the host country, to Belize. Belize has always taken great pride in being the home of the 5Cs. But beyond pride, I want to reaffirm our government's deep and ongoing commitment to supporting the center's continued growth and leadership. And we are proud to have signed a 99-year lease with the University of Belize for the construction of the new eco-friendly 5Cs headquarters, a space that will expand your capacity, deepen research collaboration, and serve as a symbol of our shared future. And yes, we will keep up our commitment to the promise I made this morning that we are going to offer some scholarships to your students, Prime Minister. And Senator, yes, before you remind me, for Barbados to come and to study in Belize. But when you, when you think about it, whilst the Caribbean has a lot to offer, the Caribbean islands have a lot to offer to host a climate change center. When you look back, you can see why is it that our leaders back then had that vision and made the right decision to put this climate change center here in Belize. We have it all. We have the second largest barrier reef in the world, and mind you, some might say the largest living barrier reef in the world. There are 4 atolls in the Americas. Belize has 3 of them. We have a diverse marine life. And the Holchan Marine Reserve, I ask you all to come and find the time to come and visit that area. And as you come inland, we have the waters, we have the cenotes, we have the lakes, we have the forests, we have the second largest cave system in Central America, our protected areas, the wildlife that we have. We have it all here in Belize, where the Climate Change Center can do a lot of research on behalf of the Caribbean. So I want to thank all those leaders back then that had the vision and that agreed for us to have this Climate Change Center here today. And I want to thank and to recognize the work of the Right Honorable Said Musa, who back then tasked me with this job early on, to be able to start to do the campaigning and trying to get the support. And of course then for him to be able to manage at the heads meeting to convince his heads to be able to allow to have the Climate Change Center here in Belize. Also, let me take a moment to thank Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Honorable Philip. Thank you, Pierre, for your leadership as the CARICOM lead head on climate change and sustainable development. Your presence here affirms the importance of regional unity in advancing climate ambition. To our regional partners, development allies, academic institutions, and the many individuals who have walked this 20-year journey, thank you. The center's success is your success. And as we look ahead, let us remember the climate crisis is not easing. The urgency is real, but so too is our resolve. Together, let us continue to invest in Caribbean-led solutions. Let us equip our people with the knowledge, tools, and opportunities to lead. And let us ensure that the next 20 years of the 5 Cs are even more impactful than the last. Congratulations once again on this important anniversary. Belize is proud to stand with you. Let us enjoy the meal and let us enjoy the company. Thank you and enjoy the rest of this evening.
Thank you, the Honorable Prime Minister Briceño, for not only lightening the mood with your warm humor, but also offering such a glowing report card to the 5 Cs. It's moments like these that we're reminded that leadership can be both powerful and personable. So, they say timing is everything, and nothing tests a leader's courage like being the only thing standing between a Caribbean crowd and its food. So I want to say that, Prime Minister, that deserves a standing ovation, if nothing else, or at least the first plate of rice and beans, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. Do enjoy. And I think we have the lovely Mr. Chris Bradshaw, who will be giving you the saxophone royal treatment for your dinner tonight. Do enjoy. We apologize. Just a short, quick housekeeping. The waiters are going to be serving tables 1 through 5. We kindly ask table 10 and 7 to go over to the buffet area.
For the past 20 years, we have made strides in building resilience for the region in the face of climate change. We have grown and evolved, and it is time our look reflected it.
Just to remind you that we have 2 stations, one on the left and one on the right. Please feel free to use both. Thank you. Thank you, Chris Bradshaw on the saxophone, providing us with an amazing musical experience to match the wonderful dinner tonight. My Caribbean family, I know today has felt longer than a carnival Monday after Juve, right? And you guys are probably soon gonna be negotiating with a food coma. So please stay with me. Now that we have broken bread, I wanna say it's time to shine a light on those who've gone above and beyond and doing the hard work long before climate action was trending. So let's bring back some energy as we begin the awards ceremony part of our night. We'll call on stage Minister Sean Edward to do the honors of presenting our service award. So the service award is dedicated to individuals whose exceptional service and dedication have been vital to the strategic and operational success and day-to-day running of the 5Cs. These individuals work tirelessly to ensure that the 5Cs functions smoothly and efficiently, contributing to its growth and the achievement of its strategic objective. Their commitment and hard work are the backbone of the center's continued success in leading the Caribbean response to climate change. And of course, among our recipients tonight, they are long-serving staff of the 5Cs. Our first awardee goes to Dr. Mark Bino. He's been with us from 2004 to 2018 and 2021 to 2025. Congrats. Our second recipient, Marion Loteef, has been with us from 2005 to 2025. Yes. Oh, she stepped out. Oh, wow. Calling Marion. Okay, we'll move on until she gets back. Our third recipient is Earl Green, giving us from 2009 to 2025. Marion Loteef, we now call you onto the stage to receive your award. Our fourth recipient for the service award is Ethelyn Valladares. Ethelyn has served from 2004 to 2025. And rounding out the service awards, we have Gregory Maguire. From 2004 to 2025. And also a member of the board. Longest serving board member, Mr. Gregory Maguire. Can we give him a round of applause? A round of applause for all our awardees, our long-serving staff at the CCCCC. So we move on to the Spotlight Award, and I'd like to call on stage to help us honor our recipients, the Honorable Dr. Chantel Monroe Knight. The that is the Spotlight Awards. This award celebrates individuals who have contributed outstanding efforts to growth and success of the 5 Cs. This award celebrates those whose efforts have brought awareness and visibility to the work of the 5 Cs and the delivery of its mission. We call on stage Dr. Doniel Kane. In recognition of her achievements in mobilizing climate finance on behalf of CARICOM member states. Thank you, Dr. Doniel. Our next Spotlight Award goes to Cheryl Dixon. And Cheryl receives her award tonight for her distinguished service on the Board of Governors, being instrumental in securing funds for the 5 Cs Clearinghouse, providing funding for the establishment of the DEN, Program Development and Management Unit, the PDMU. Congratulations, Cheryl. We now call on stage Dr. Laura Canuto for her extraordinary support given to the 5 Cs. Congratulations, Dr. Canuto, a daughter of the sea. Let's give a round of applause for all our Spotlight Award winners tonight. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Chantal Monroe King. Sorry. So we move on now to the Partnership Awards. And we ask Dr. Colin Young to come on stage to help us with the handing over of these awards. This award honors outstanding collaborations and strategic alliances that have significantly enhanced the 5 Cs' reach and effectiveness and capacity to deliver on its mandate. It underscores the importance of partnerships among governments, agencies, donors, and stakeholders in fostering regional cooperation and driving sustainable climate action. Our first recipient is the government of Belize, or host country. And we have to make mention of the leader of government business, the Honorable Eamon Courtney, who was the foreign minister at the time of the inception. We'd also like to mention the ambassador, well, Carlos Fuller, who at the time was the chief Met officer. Our very own Carlos Fuller. As well, we'd like to make mention of Cabinet Secretary Stuart Leslie, who at the time was Ambassador Leslie. And that's the award given to our host country, government of Belize, and all its many players. Thank you so much for all your contribution. The second award is for Caribbean Development Bank, the longest institutional partner who's been extremely supportive. They've provided the initial $50K for the center and staff for 2 years. A round of applause for the Caribbean Development Bank. Our third partnership award recipient is the Instituto de Meteorología de Cuba. I hope I said that right. I didn't, right? I messed it up? I messed it up. A little past 50? Okay. Please forgive me. The ambassador is here on behalf of the Meteorological Institute of Cuba. And early work in conducting downscaling of global climate models to regional climate models, and for being a key part of the Caribbean Weather Impacts Group, the CARIWIG. Thank you. Our fourth recipient is the UWI Climate Modeling Group, MONA. And they have long strategic partnership with the 5 Cs in advancing the institutionalization of climate modeling within UWI, resulting in generation of regional climate models to guide evidence-based decision-making. Yes, very important work. The partnership award goes to Government of Italy. But there's no one here to receive it, so we will just honor them in their absence and say that they have provided the first grant to the 5 Cs to operationalize and put it firmly on the road to success. The government of Italy has since provided the region with over $6 million for climate resilience work and $500,000 for the 5 Cs LIDAR initiative. Round of applause for the government of Italy. We honor our 6th partnership award as the government of Australia. Again, Australia is not with us tonight, but they have provided the first substantial grant for institutional strengthening. They provided the 5 Cs with $5 million that allowed it to build out the structure that is now in place. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a resounding round of applause to all our partnership award recipients. Thank you, Dr. Young. I'm going to invite the Honorable Prime Minister Pierre to join us on stage to assist us in giving out our Builders Awards. this award is presented to the visionary leaders whose foundational efforts and strategic initiatives have been critical in establishing the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. Their unwavering commitment and leadership have laid the groundwork for regional climate resilience, fostering cooperation and sustainable development across the Caribbean. Through their dedication and commitment, they have laid the essential building blocks that support the 5C's mission to coordinate climate change across the Caribbean. Their strategic foresight and tireless commitment has been crucial in shaping an institution that stands as a beacon of resilience and sustainability for the region. Our first recipient is the Honorable Byron Blake, former Assistant General, Secretary General, that is, for CARICOM Secretariat, and the former board member. Is he? There we go. A round of applause. Our second Builders Award for tonight is the Honorable John Briceño, former Minister of Natural Resources with responsibility for the 5Cs and instrumental in providing support for operationalizing the 5Cs. And rounding out our third Builders Award is the Right Honorable Said Musa, who unfortunately could not be with us tonight, so we will ask the Prime Minister to receive it on his behalf, for fighting to get the center established in Belize as host country. Yes. They say with beauty come purpose, and we accept. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister. I was about to ask you to please. We have the Lifetime Achievement Award to be handed out by our very own Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño. This prestigious award recognizes individuals whose long service, dedication, and extraordinary contributions have profoundly advanced the mission of the 5Cs. Their leadership, vision, expertise, and consistent commitment over the years have shaped its growth and inspired generations of climate advocates across the region. This award celebrates their unwavering commitment to combating climate change and their pivotal role in fostering long-term strategies, strategic partnerships, innovations, and initiatives that ensure the survival, growth, and evolution of the 5Cs. We call on stage for our first Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, the Dr. Kenrick Leslie, first Executive Director of the 5Cs. And the Godfather, please, a standing ovation. An honor and a privilege, Dr. Leslie. He's been a lifetime of visionary leadership and impactful contributions to the advancement of the 5C's mission and to building climate resilience across the Caribbean. Our second Lifetime Achievement Award recipient goes to none other than Dr. Ulrich O'Donnell Trotz, the first Science Advisor and Deputy Executive Director. In recognition, Dr. Trotz, of your foundational role in establishing the 5 Cs to lead the Caribbean's climate agenda. We have his daughter receiving his award on his behalf. And rounding out our third and final Lifetime Achievement Award is the one and only Dr. Leonard Nurse, first chairman of the board. In recognition, Dr. Nurse, for your steadfast partnership and collaborative efforts in advancing the 5 Cs mission to build climate resilience in the Caribbean. And Prime Minister, we ask you to stay with us just a little longer. Before we close the award segments of the night, we have one final moment. In a room filled with visionaries, there stands one whose leadership has not only shaped this center, but has helped to anchor the region's climate legacy with quiet strength and unwavering drive. Tonight, the Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Bersenio, wishes to personally recognize a son of the soil, our very own Executive Director, Dr. Colin Young, who looks very surprised right now, for his tireless dedication, regional impact, and commanding stewardship of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. This special award is more than a token, Dr. Young. It is a symbol of national and regional gratitude. It's in recognition of your exemplary leadership, innovation, and unwavering commitment to advancing climate resilience, sustainability, and awareness across the Caribbean. Your dedication, Dr. Young, serves as an inspiration and model for transformative climate action. Prime Minister, we're going to ask you to say a few words to Dr. Young. Impromptu, the floor is yours.
I had already said everything to him already, but I was telling him I wish I could say that a check is going to follow up, but that's for the board to decide. But certainly, Dr. Young, thank you so much. On behalf of the board of directors, on behalf of all the people of Belize and the Caribbean, we want to thank you so much for that exemplary work that you have been doing. I know it must have been a daunting task to take over the 5 Cs, especially after Dr. Leslie, with the work that he did. And I know that you felt that it was big shoes that you have to fill in. But you've done very well, exceedingly well. And we see now the Climate Change Center, the 5 Cs, to continue to grow and to move in the right direction. And so once again, I want to thank you so much for the tremendous work and the vision that you have passed on to the 5 Cs. Once again, congratulations. Keep it up.
This is an absolute surprise, kept in complete secret. And I want to say that I take this award on behalf of the professional women and men and hardworking staff of the 5 Cs. So thank you. It is because of you that this has happened. And the Prime Minister just whispered in my ear, based on the tour of the 5 Cs today, he says it's mostly women. at the 5Cs, and no offense to the men, but I said perhaps it's because they get the work done. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, once again. We have completely overworked you for the night. Congratulations, Dr. Young. Your legacy continues to inspire this region and beyond. As we just witnessed, the spirit of service and impact runs very deep across the Caribbean family, our Caribbean family. If you've learned something, if you've connected with someone or stayed awake, all right, through the entire event, please clap for yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, a big congratulations and round of applause to all those hard-working recipients who have been honored tonight. Round of applause, please, for all awardees. We're going to invite Ambassador Byron Blake on stage to give a remark on behalf of the awardees, to offer some words tonight, welcoming a true regional statesman here. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Byron Blake.
Prime Ministers, all honorable persons other than Prime Ministers. Good night. The 1st of January, 2025, marked 53 years since I made the mistake of saying that I'm speaking on behalf of somebody else and myself. I learned immediately that that was a serious error. Now I'm making this error again tonight just because of 5Cs. My respect for 5Cs, I'm making that risk. But tonight it is even more challenging because how does one speak on behalf of such a diverse, high-level, high-flying group? It's impossible. But I know that all of them would wish me to say, thank you for recognizing the work they have done, many of them in the trenches, and some of them even in the skies and on the seas. So that much they will agree with me on. You make an error when you give Byron Blake a mic in a situation like this. Because outside of congratulations and the thanks on behalf of the group, and congratulating 5Cs for really 25 years of serious work, I have about 3 points I want to make, therefore. One of which flowed from a statement which was made today, which I think the Prime Minister, somebody said, oh yes, the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, that 5Cs should set up an indigenous fund and so forth, and so that it can really bring the region into a position where it doesn't have to go to all these climate conferences begging for funds, and therefore diverting the attention from the real matter which has to be dealt with in climate change. So, Caribbean countries, I want to suggest to you that there are 2 sources of income sustainable that the Caribbean has that it can use for that purpose. The Caribbean has a sea, which is used by a whole set of ships and will continue to be used by a whole set of ships. The Caribbean has airspace, which is used by a whole set of aircraft and will continue to be used by a whole set of aircraft. Right now, we divide ourselves in the air in about 15 different units, so we can't really collect any money. Why don't you think of joining those assets? The assets are already joined, actually. Exploiting those assets in a way that the charges can be put to a fund like was suggested by the Prime Minister of St. Lucia for the Climate Change Center to really have its own resources and the region to have its own resources to move forward. I want to suggest that that is something you want to think about. The second thing which has come across my head as we were thinking and talking about that fund and any other funds. What is the value of funds to invest in climate adaptive activities and so if within 2 or 3 or 25 years they're going to be wiped out? Because the warming is continuing at a pace where I put it to you that 20 years from now, if there's not fundamental reversal, all that we are doing is not in spinning top in mud, because the truth is that all we are going to do is going to be wiped out for a lot of our small islands in the Caribbean and our low-lying coastal states. So, I want to put it to you that 5Cs and governments of the Caribbean, when you go to COP30 in Brazil, the only one mission you should be going there with is to say that if the major emitters are not going to commit to reducing very spectacularly the rate of emissions, that there is just no point in you continuing, there's no point in anybody giving any funds. It will make no sense. I want to myself suggest to you that that is something which, as a region, we need to think about and go there united about. Otherwise, you're really wasting all the money and all the talent of all the scientists who are trying to do things to show what is going to happen and then to see it happen because there is no action to prevent it from happening. Let me not abuse you anymore. There are a couple of things I want to say, but let me not abuse you anymore. The only other thing I say, Prime Minister, you're going for a center this morning, and I want to now commit you to agreeing that that center will be the Dr. Kenneth Leslie Center for Climate Change and Sustainability in the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Blake. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a truly special moment this evening. Tonight, we celebrate not one, but 59 years of love, partnership, and steadfast support between Dr. Kenrick Leslie, the visionary architect behind the 5Cs, and his devoted wife, Marlene Leslie. A little bird told us that you guys are celebrating your wedding anniversary, 59 years. For nearly 6 decades, they have shared life's journey, standing together through triumphs and trials. Dr. Leslie, Marlene, your 59th year together and counting are a remarkable legacy of unity, strength, and gracious commitment. On behalf of everyone here tonight and the entire Caribbean community, we offer our warmest congratulations and deepest admiration. A round of applause. So, every great gathering deserves a closing voice that reminds us why it all mattered. Tonight, that voice belongs to a man who knows how to strike the perfect note between purpose and precision. To offer his final words of appreciation, please welcome the chair of the 5Cs Board of Governors, Mr. Kenrick Williams.
Thank you very much. Who gave you that script? You wrote it. Oh, excellent. Good evening. And I certainly know that I stand between you and the next glass, your pillow, your bed, all the wonders that stands next. So I shall not take much of your time, but as the 5Cs, and in wrapping up such a lovely evening and a lovely 2 days of celebrating the hard work, celebrating commitment, celebrating dedication, we certainly want to extend gratitude to some key people. So tonight, we don't only gather to celebrate, but we gather to give thanks, as you've heard. 20 years ago, the vision for a Caribbean institution that would lead our region's response to the greatest challenges of our time, climate change, was brought to life. And today, that vision stands tall, not only in infrastructure, but in regional leadership, scientific excellence, and unwavering commitment. On behalf of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, I offer heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have walked this journey with us. I certainly then have to give gratitude to two important climate champions in our region. First, of course, to Prime Minister of Belize, Honorable John Briceño. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your unwavering support for the center and for your commitment to climate action. As a host country of the 5 Cs, Belize has provided not just a fiscal home, but a political and diplomatic foundation for our work to flourish. Your presence and leadership this evening affirms your dedication to resilience, sustainability, and the role of regional institutions in securing our collective future. To our visiting Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Honorable Philippe Pierre, who serves as CARICOM lead for sustainable development and climate change. Prime Minister, we're certainly honored by your presence. Your consistent advocacy on the global stage and your efforts to mobilize regional unity around climate action have inspired and strengthened our mission. Thank you for standing with the center and the people of the Caribbean. To the government of Belize, our host for the past 20 years, we extend our sincere thanks for your continued commitment. And I said earlier today, every time we go knocking, the government of Belize responds, and we're very, very grateful for that. To our development partners, your generosity has helped us transform ideas to action, building systems, tools, capacity, and voices for climate action across the Caribbean. To our academic partners, including the University of Belize, thank you for deepening our foundation in research and innovation, and for investing in the next generation of climate leaders. Of course, to our Board of Governors, whose strategic oversight and dedication continue to shape our path. Your leadership certainly has been invaluable, and tonight we honor some of those board members and their role in driving the organization forward. To the staff of the center, both past and present, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to ask the staff to stand up because, as Dr. Young said, this is a celebration of the staff. Their dedication, expertise, please stand, staff, so you can be recognized. Your dedication, expertise, and quiet resilience you bring to the work every single day is what makes the center more than just an institution. Your work is what makes the center a movement, and for that, we are grateful. Tonight, we also honor those who have gone above and beyond, those recipients of the 5 Cs 20th Anniversary Awards. Your contributions have built not just a center, but a stronger, more resilient Caribbean. So as we wrap up and enjoy the wonderful food, music, and fellowship tonight, let us remember this banquet is not just a celebration of the past 20 years, it is a toast to the future. So you have some champagne, some of you may have already slurped, but if you do have in front of you, please join me in saying salute to the 5 Cs. Here's the 20 years of building resilience and many more to come. See my glass? Here, here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. for sealing this night. And with that, we officially bring this powerful evening to a close. As the world shifts, we don't shrink, we stand. Together, 20 years of the 5 C's means 20 years of proof that small islands can make a massive impact when we lead with wisdom and walk as one. My name is Indira Craig, Belizean by birth, Caribbean by calling. It's been my honor to hold space. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your purpose. And from here in Belize, we say a good night, and please get home safe. The bar is open at the back. Before you make your way out, enjoy.